father, what would he say if he was here?
I love it.
You can't love something that could destroy you.
You've seen a star born here tonight.
The 1991 AFL Premiership season. Proudly brought to you by Mitsubishi Motors, BP, Westpac, CUB, McEwen's and Vulcan Hot Water.
They dominated the 70s and set new marks in toughness and endurance in the 80s. Now Hawthorn moves into a new era, ready to take on the young challengers. But the stands that rang with 100,000 voices are silent. The Melbourne cricket ground is empty and eerie as the old girl gets a long-awaited facelift. For the first time since the war years, the biggest crowd in Australian sport is elsewhere. At the foot of the Dandenong Ranges, in the population centre of suburban Melbourne, lies VFL Park, a stadium that will today celebrate its 21st birthday with its proudest moment. A torrid encounter between East and West, between a Hawthorn side that has won 8 premierships since it arrived as a power in 1961 after years of heartbreak. And for the first time, a team from the West Coast, a team that has dominated the competition in 1991, only to fall to Hawthorn in its first really big test on week 1 of the finals. Today they meet again. The Hawks of Hawthorn, proud and haughty, against the Eagles of the West Coast, brash young pretenders to the throne. They meet on this last Saturday in September in the 1991 AFL Grand Final.
And good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to 7 Sports live and exclusive coverage of the 1991 AFL Grand Final. Coming to you from VFL Park, Waverley in Melbourne, Victoria. Wherever you're watching around the world, we certainly hope that you're going to enjoy it. We have almost a capacity crowd of around 77,000 fans here this afternoon, and I welcome our viewers through England, Ireland, the United States, Japan, Canada, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, and last but by no means least, the people of Nauru. Wherever you may be watching, sit back, relax, and enjoy a piece of history. Because this country of ours is divided today. The West Coast Eagles, after 5 years, have made it through to their first grand final, and they're up against the experienced old stagers. Hawthorn playing in their 8th grand final and going for their 8th in 9 years. Quite an outstanding achievement by the Hawks. This has become commonplace over the past several decades. It's interesting to look at how both sides made it through to the grand final. The Eagles, we're in their rooms at the moment. They had a couple of minor hiccups. One was losing to Fitzroy in the home and away games, and then the next week they went down to Hawthorn in Perth, and people then began to ask the odd question. But they steadied the ship. They defeated Melbourne, then Geelong, and here they are playing Hawthorn. I mentioned the Eagles and how it could divide the nation. Well, if we've got excitement here with some 77,000 fans, I can tell you for sure, even though I'm 3,000 kilometres away, that the city of Perth is truly throbbing. Let's take this preview of the big game from Stephen Phillips.
The city that stunned the world with its audacious and successful raid on the America's Cup in the 80s is at it again. Out to shake the sporting establishment and snare the symbol of football supremacy, the Australian Football League Premiership Cup. To say football fever has Perth in its grasp is an understatement. Such is the frenzy in the West Australian capital that the departure of the West Coast Eagles on Friday prompted a live television show. Eagles fans had poured into Melbourne all week, and early this morning the Red Eye Special Brigade tumbled into Tullamarine. This first foray into an AFL Grand Final by the West Coast has upset supporters here in Melbourne, the long-time home of this distinctive Aussie game. But it's been a week where tradition, it seems, has gone by the boards. On Monday night, an Irishman won the game's highest honour, the Charles Brownlow Medal. His mum and dad flew in from Dublin to witness Jimmy Steins record a runaway triumph. There was only one team represented at the annual Grand Final motorcade through Melbourne's Central Business District, the men of Hawthorn, who've been there before, 7 times in the last 8 years. But it's a drive they love. And then there's today's venue. While the MCG is undergoing its facelift, VFL Park in Waverley is set to host its first grand final, and the fans have been waiting eagerly since sunrise. Grand final day is one to savour. From early morning at the Southern Cross, where a couple of thousand eggs have been cooked to perfection for guests at the North Melbourne Grand Final breakfast. Grand Final Day in Melbourne is about people, and with VFL Park restricted to less than 80,000, the crowd will be the most intimate in 45 years. It's a day when everyone is on a winner.
Well, I think Hawthorn, very close game. Well, I think the Hawks, because of experience, I think Hawthorn are going to win.
I think it'll be good for the game if the Eagles won, because I think it is truly a national competition.
It's always a day to show your colours, to flaunt the brown and gold of Hawthorn, or ruffle the local feathers with the blue and gold war paint. It's a day when the roads are choked, when the air is alive, and when public transport is stretched to bursting point. A day when you can enjoy a pre-match snack, dine in comfort, or sit in the privacy of an air-conditioned super box. But that's what an AFL Grand Final is all about, and the countdown is well and truly on, here at VFL Park on this last Saturday in September.
This weekend, a main event doubleheader.
When you were born, your nose came out first. 3 weeks later, they found you, unfortunately.
Tonight, the Acropolis against Fast Forward.
Very, very tasteful.
They're all going out on a grand final night rampage.
Every night for me is a fantasy.
And tomorrow night, the stars are still shining at 7:30.
We've got a whole stack of fun to have.
2 all-star main events this grand final weekend.
How could you go wrong?
Tonight at 6:30, tomorrow at 7:30. It's huge on 7.
You do good, then you do better. When you beat that, you're the best. Even if it's only in a little way, you go on getting better every day. Good, better, best. We will never rest until our good is better and our better best. Good, better, best. We will never rest until our good is better and our better best.
Steve Monaghetti, a teacher with an Olympic dream, doing his best for Australia.
To find a way to make the most.
Mars, helping Australians to be a part of the Olympics.
Mars a day helps you work, rest and play. Remember how it all began. Everybody said you'd go far. Welcome to America. Welcome to United's friendly sky.
United can take you to more of the United States than any other airline.
And where are you off to today?
We're going home.
Home. That's one of our most popular destinations.
Welcome to United's friendly skies.
7 Sport Mitsubishi Motors Mark of the Year. Your phone vote could win you a Mitsubishi Magna. Dial the phone number on the mark you want to vote for. Mark 1, Peter Somerville, Essendon. Mark 2, Brett Allison, North Melbourne. Mark 3, Stuart Lowe, St Kilda. Mark 4, Derek Kickett, Essendon. Mark 5, Dale Lewis, Sydney. The winner of the Mark of the Year will also receive a Mitsubishi Magna. You have until 4 p.m. today to register your vote. Rex Hunt's Fishing World. Learn those professional secrets that makes the difference when you drop your line in the water. Rex's passion for fishing covers all aspects of the sport. The tackle, product review, what's biting and where. Travel all across the state and beyond in search of the big one that doesn't get away.
So let's head them up and move them out, boys.
Nissan, BP and Ray's Tent City presents Rex Hunt's Fishing World following tonight live, Fridays.
Welcome back to VFL Park here in Melbourne and the 1991 Grand Final. A bit of history being made today. Not only are the Eagles being represented for the first time, but this is probably the first and last time that this ground will be used for a Grand Final. Renovations to the great southern stand at the MCG will be completed by next year, and that is where the 92 final will be held. But we have a great crowd here, in excess of 77,000, and there's no doubt that the finals atmosphere is with us once again. Two gentlemen who know all about finals, and in particular grand finals atmosphere, are with me at the microphone. Ross Glendinning and Ian Robertson. Gentlemen, welcome.
Sandy. Thanks, Sandy. It's a big day, isn't it, really, grand final day. You just can't beat it. It's a culmination of a big season for everyone, Ross.
It did seem a little bit different initially when you consider the atmosphere that's always there at the MCG, but today has built up to a nice crescendo at the moment, and the people have filed in very quickly in the last half an hour. And it's looking nice and busy and exciting.
And I'm sure that the AFL would be ecstatic about the crowd, because it's the first time, as Sandy has already mentioned, that an interstate club has participated, and we've got pretty close to a packed house, Sandy, and that's great. I think that augurs well for the future of Australian football.
Gentlemen, we look forward to your comments throughout the afternoon. Also joining us is Gerard Healy. It's a big day not only for the players, but also for the umpires. The men in white for this grand final are Brian Sheehan and John Russo. Here's Gerard with them now.
Yes, well, here we are in the inner sanctum of Waverley, in territory that has very rarely been got into before, with two umpires, the grand final umpires, John Russo and Brian Sheehan. John, the grand final selection must be the highlight of your career.
Oh yeah, no worries, Gerard. It's been a real highlight this year. It's been fantastic. Excellent.
And who gets the privilege of the first bounce?
Brian.
Well, I've got it this year. It certainly is a great honour and a great feeling to hold the ball up to start this magnificent game.
And how are the nerves?
Under tow. I mean, obviously you feel nervous, but pretty cool and calm.
How'd you sleep last night, John?
Like a log. Yeah, hit the sack. The phone rang at 8:15 and I didn't answer it, so I still don't know who it was, but I slept like a log. Yeah, no way.
And Brian, what were Bill Della's last-minute instructions?
Well, just really to enjoy the day and savour all the moments that happened during the day.
Well, fellas, congratulations and good luck in the big game today.
Thanks, Gerard.
Thanks, Gerard.
Yes, as I said, it's a fine achievement not only for the players, as we see the Hawks going through their final warm-up routine before making their way out onto the ground. It's also a great achievement for those two umpires, Brian Sheehan and John Russo. We wish them well. We also wish the West Coast Eagles. My word, the Melbourne airport was hectic yesterday and early this morning. They do have their fans here. More than 5,000 people have flown across the Nullarbor to see if their side can create history today by winning their first flag after coming into the competition in 1987. A fantastic achievement for them to have this sort of success after such a limited time in the competition. There's one of the former greats of the game, Brownlow medalist, former North Melbourne champion, Keith Gregg, and he is looking pensively on, just pondering the outcome of what will be in the next 3 hours. From above, it's a magnificent arena. As I said, it holds some 77,000. That is its capacity. Unfortunately, due to Melbourne's inclement weather in recent times, there has been a problem with the car parking. You can see the vacant spots there. But no matter, people have made their way to this ground today to see the Hawks and the Eagles, the Battle of the Birds, here in the 91 Grand Final. We've got some great entertainment lined up for you. Wherever you're watching, I hope you can stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen and boys and girls, each year at the Grand Final, we have a very special guest to sing Waltzing Matilda. 1991, it's Mr. Daryl Braithwaite. And we've certainly had some fine performers over the years. Olivia Newton-John, Peter Allen, John Farnham, Normie Rowe, and so on. But he's hoping that it won't rain. I can see the look in his eye as he makes his way to the stage here, accompanied by his guitarist, Chuck Hargraves. Would you please welcome Daryl Braithwaite to the 1991 Grand Final.
Thank you. Shame it's not Collingwood.
Once a jolly swagman camped by a billabong under the shade of the coolabah tree, and he sang as he watched and waited till his billy bong. You'll come a-waltzing Matilda with me. Down came the jumbuck to drink at that billabong. Up jumped the swagman and grabbed him with glee, and he sang as he shoved that jumbuck in his tucker bag. Come a-waltzing Matilda with me. Waltzing Matilda, waltzing Matilda, you'll come a-waltzing Matilda with me. And he sang as he shoved that jumbuck in his tucker bag. You'll come a-waltzing Matilda with me. Up jumped the swagman, jumped into the kingdom. Down came the troopers, 1, 2, 3. Who's that jolly jumbuck you've got in your tucker bag? You'll come a-waltzing Matilda with me. Up jumped the swagman, jumped into the billabong. You'll never take me alive, said he, and his ghost may be heard as you pass by that billabong. You'll come a-waltzing Matilda with me. Waltzing Matilda, waltzing Matilda, you'll come a-waltzing Matilda with me. And his ghost may be heard as you pass by that billabong. You'll come a-waltzing Matilda with me.
Daryl Braithwaite, huge success with the albums Edge and Rise, and the good news for Australia is that his national tour begins on November the 26th. We'll take a break and return to VFL Park shortly.
All Australia's laughing at City Slickers.
Fabulous. Funniest movie we've seen for a very long time.
Sensational.
He's a genius. It was great.
It was very funny.
Excellent. It was just fantastic. It's probably the best film I've seen in years. It's wonderful.
One of the best movies I've seen in a long, long time.
Oh, which the kids going to see that? Amazing. It's amazing. Great film. Yeah.
Go and see it.
City Slickers. See it now.
Bend it just a little bit and take it easy. Show you're liking it and love it. You know that we're gonna hit the heights, 'cause I'm sure that we're made to fit together, just like Jesus.
Here at Rev, we work very hard to give you all the taste of regular milk with 70% less fat.
At Goodyear, every tyre is guaranteed to perform for life. So check these great tyre deals. The tyres you buy are backed by services guaranteed Australia-wide. The Goodyear Safety Service for only $49.95 makes sure your car gets the most out of your tyres. Our tyres and service are handled by people good enough to protect you and the Goodyear name. So see your Goodyear retailer now for this great offer.
Good tires, good service, good people, Goodyear.
Now the antenna's stuck. Heard from Dave since he joined the Air Force?
Radar malfunction, Cobra 1.
Dave, we need a radar antenna. It's mission critical.
Nice call. Returning to base.
The problem? It's the phase shifter. No, you take it, mate. It's fixed.
108, set to go.
3 years of college for this.
Way to go.
There's only one ute that gives you the choice of a V6 or a V8 under the bonnet. The comfort of a passenger vehicle and the biggest load capacity in its class.
G'day, mate. G'day, Ken. Thanks, mate. Thanks, buddy.
The Holden ute is back. Every man and his dog will love it.
Anybody home?
Oh,
hi.
You're early. You sick?
No, I'm fine. No, I'm fine. Don't ask. I'll get it. Hello. It's for you.
Darling, what do you think? The green or the grey?
Oh, the green.
Hey, Dad, want to see a few hoops?
Sure.
Hey, David, how about a hand with dinner?
Right. There you go. And the McFeast.
Nice to have you home early, I think.
Dad, the McFeast is mine.
Yes, and you can have one of your own when you...
A feeling of great anticipation here at VFL Park. Both sides will be out on the ground shortly. The talking point throughout this final series, though, has been Melbourne's weather. What's it going to be like today? What is the ground like? Down on the ground, we welcome to our telecast Jared Healy, who has all the answers. Jared.
Thanks, Sandy. Well, there's an electric atmosphere down here at ground level, but the conditions are going to be a little bit testy for the players. Looking at the Mitsubishi Motors weatherometer, we see we've got a current temperature of 15 degrees, which is also the expected top, so it's not going to get any warmer. Humidity is currently 55%, and there's a 20-kilometre wind swirling at ground level somewhat, but is favouring the end left of screen to the tune of 2 to 3 goals. The ground's in good condition despite overnight showers. The forecast is for a fine, cool and cloudy afternoon.
Thank you, Jared. For the people of Australia, we've got a marvellous competition for you. It is the Mark of the Year.
7 Sport Mitsubishi Motors Mark of the Year. Your phone vote could win you a Mitsubishi Magna. Dial the phone number on the mark you want to vote for. Mark 1, Peter Somerville, Essendon. Mark 2, Brett Allison, North Melbourne. Mark 3, Stuart Lowe, St Kilda. Mark 4, Derek Kickett, Essendon. Mark 5, Dale Lewis, Sydney. The winner of the Mark of the Year will also receive a Mitsubishi Magna. You have until 4 p.m. today to register your vote.
5 tremendous marks, 5 separate phone numbers. Make a note of those for the 5 players. Peter Somerville, Brett Allison, Stuart Lowe, Derek Kickett and Dale Lewis. And a reminder too that you have until 4 o'clock Eastern time to place your vote. So get on the phone now and who knows, you could be a winner. Let's now have a look at the occasions that these sides have met this year. They've had 3 meetings and the honours have gone with the West Coast Eagles in round 7. The Eagles defeated Hawthorn very easily at Princes Park. That's when they really signalled they were going to be a force. And in round 22, the Eagles again convincing winners, this time at Subiaco over the Hawks. The margin there was 4 goals. However, Hawthorn, the final specialists, turned it round in the qualifying final, 124 to 101. That was at Subiaco. Listen to the roar, because out come the West Coast Eagles in their first grand final. First out onto the ground. There was a lot of talk about Peter Wilson and Chris Mainwaring. They are both there. Whether they will start remains to be seen, but both out on the ground. Young Glenn Jakovich wearing the number 48 Guernsey. What a thrill for him. Just 18 years of age and a marvellous football future in front of him. Now this crowd is really erupting. There's more than 50,000 balloons that are going to be set off shortly. And we are set for that one day in September. Hawthorn are making their way out onto the ground. And again, a huge roar. Gary Ayres looking for his 3rd Norm Smith medal. Michael Tuck, what a champion, 38 years of age, 38 finals, his 11th grand final. He's played almost a quarter of his 425 games here at the park. This is not new to Hawthorn. They know the job ahead of them. They know what's required. It is, however, new to the Eagles. The question is, how will they handle it? They have been clearly the best side this season, winning 19 of their 22 home and away matches. Their running players have been superb. But the Hawks' discipline is going to be something they'll have to overcome. Now to our commentators' selections for this 91 grand final. And a bit of a mixed bag. Ross Glendinning, Bernie Quinlan, Bruce McAvaney and Dennis Cometti have opted for the West Coast Eagles. Jared Healy, Don Scott, Peter McKenna, Ian Robertson, Bill McDonald and yours truly have opted for Hawthorn. But whatever the outcome, it should be a very thrilling game. Also joining our telecast today, two former champions of the game. They're down on the boundary as well. Bernie Quinlan and Peter McKenna.
Thanks very much, Sandy. It's an amazing atmosphere down here, Bernie. I couldn't believe the roar for Hawthorn when they came out in the ground. Yet the poor old West Coast, they didn't cop too much of a rap from the crowd. But who are you selecting, Bernie?
Well, I'm probably going for the underdogs. I think the West Coast Eagles have not got the support of what probably the Hawthorn side has, but I think they've been the best side throughout the season. They won 19 of their 22 home and away games, and I'm tipping against you. I know you're going for Hawthorn, but I'm going for the West Coast Eagles.
Yeah, well, I'm sticking with the Hawks up there, Sandy. It's tremendous atmosphere down here, very blustery conditions, difficult for the players, but it's great to be down here on the big ground.
Right, thank you, gentlemen. Yes, a magnificent scene. To Ross Glendinning and Ian Robertson, you know the feeling. What's it like for the players as they burst out onto the ground? Robbo.
Unbelievable, Sandy. I think that the first grand final that I ever played in, I don't think my feet touched the ground for about 10 minutes. But surely experience is going to be a big factor. Hawthorn, look at that last line of defence. Collins, Langford and Ayres. West Coast, Sumich must kick a lot of goals.
Yes, and that half-back lock again. Muse come through a fitness test. McIntosh, I don't think will start at centre-half forward.
Very important centre lines on big grounds like here and at the MCG. And Pritchard and Gowes, two very big jobs there on Kemp and Matera, key players for the West Coast.
Yes, and Brereton's been named at centre-half forward. Lockyer, his opponent. I think you'll find Brereton in a pocket with Adair at that centre-half forward key position.
And the West Coast have got a big job because Hawks are just blessed with talent in their forward line. Brennan on Dunstall, what a big job. Jarman and Paul Deere, both key players for the Hawks.
Yeah, some big owners here on Dean Irving to cope with Lawrence. He's been such a good player, and Pike on Platten will have a big bear in the game as well.
And of course interchange adds a bit of flexibility. Anderson and Morrissey, both good players. Mainwaring and Wilson. Will Mainwaring take his place? We'll just see it very shortly.
So there are the lineups. As Robbo said, whether they start like that remains to be seen. Thousands of people have come over from Perth. Sadly, thousands couldn't, but give yourselves a wave and a clap over there at the Burswood Casino in Perth. They've got a history-making afternoon in front of them, and wherever you're watching, we certainly hope you'll enjoy it. Let's now pause for the national anthem.
Would you please now stand for the national anthem, which will be performed by Daryl Braithwaite, together with the Victorian Children's Choir and the signed choir from the Victorian School for Deaf Children with the Australian Army Band, Melbourne. Thank you.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are young and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts. Our beauty rich and fair. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful song, then let us sing. Advance Australia fair.
And so the formalities are all but done. And there you have a bird's eye view of a wonderful arena. A The weather, as Jared said earlier in his Mitsubishi Motors report, is a little tricky. The wind in particular. Which side will be able to handle it best? Michael Tuck, what an extraordinary man. 38 finals. Let's go down to the all-important toss. Here's Jared.
Yes, Daryl Braithwaite's got the coin. He's just waiting on John Worsfold, who has disappeared somewhat. So he's going to be a couple of seconds getting here. He's just running around looking for the umpire. If I was to win the toss, I'd be kicking to the main scoreboard end. There's a very blustery wind. There's no doubt that that will be the end favourite. Here comes John now, over with umpire John Russo. He shakes his hand. And up it goes the coin. It's a heads, won by John Worsfold. He has elected to kick with the wind.
So the Eagles have won the toss. Johnny Worsfold kicking with the breeze. We've had a look from above. Let's go up above now. In the chopper is Bill McDonald.
Sandy, VFL Park is a picture, packed to capacity. If there's a spare seat down there anywhere, I can't see it. The opening ceremony was spectacular as the balloons continue to disperse around us here. The stage is now well and truly set for one of the most eagerly awaited grand finals in a number of years. North have already beaten South in the earlier game. Now East takes on West in the big grand final. What a great atmosphere.
Thank you, Bill. We're set for a history-making afternoon. In the commentary position this afternoon, we have Dennis Cometti, Don Scott and Bruce McAvaney. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you, Sandy Roberts, and welcome to Don and Dennis. It is a tremendous atmosphere here. Don, you captained Hawthorn to 2 premierships in 76 and 78. You know what the feeling's like, and Dennis, you've been in Perth for a long, long time now, and you know the occasion here. Don, what about the start? Hawthorn renowned for getting away quickly.
Well, they have, Bruce, in the finals games, the 2 previous finals games of this year. They really did play finals football. They put their bodies behind the ball and put the score on the board, and the others had to play catch-up football.
Got to say too, Bruce, a good toss to win this one. The Eagles will have first use of the breeze. Strong breeze.
Hawthorn has led in 6 of the 7 grand finals they played in the 80s. Only when Essendon beat them in 85 were they behind at quarter time. So they are renowned for getting a flying start. We'll look for the matchups here. Mainwaring and Wilson the key in terms of fitness for both. West Coast is Mainwaring with his left thigh strapped. Brereton and Mew, some worries about both of them in the last fortnight, but it's good to see the 20 players selected out there.
Irving is out there too, yes. Some conjecture about that.
Morrissey's got the job again on Lewis too. Dennis, he had that in the earlier game over in Perth, and he really did make mincemeat of Chris Lewis in that particular game. James Morrissey.
Well, it's been worth waiting for, hasn't it? 5 years ago, and here they are. The West Coast Eagles in a grand final. Great for the national competition. And certainly one of the Eagles' stars right there. Collins and Anderson come off the ground.
Kemp and Lamb for West Coast.
Surprised that Collins is going off, Don?
Yes, I am, Bruce, because he's their best and fairest last year, and he played in the back pocket.
Well, he started on the bench in the qualifying final in Perth, didn't he?
He hasn't had the best of seasons.
McIntosh for Brereton, and Brennan for Dunstall. Lockyer for Deere. So Don will keep an eye on all of those moves. Waterman, it looks, might be for Hudson. All set. Grand final. Brian Sheen about to bounce the ball. West Coast go to the left. Hawthorn to the right. Irving uncontested. Thumps it to half forward. Ayres over the top of him. Mew, who's been in this situation so many times. Allen's quick kick to centre wing. Waters. A fumble. Maybe a nervous fumble. Tackle. Still tries to get the football out. Had too much time and gives up the football. Free kick to Hawthorn and Ayres to take it.
He's on the wing. Gary Ayres towards centre half forward.
That's bad marking. Bad marking by Lewis.
Morrissey just forward of the centre circle towards half forward. Good kick too. Pritchard in open space. 70 metres from goal. He plays on towards the pocket. Brereton's the target. Behind Dunstall, close to the boundary line, can't control it. Still he goes, threw it back into play. And the umpire's going across and awarding a free kick to the Eagles. McKenna.
Some loose play, Dennis, by 2 West Coast Eagles. One was Matera on Pritchard and the other Chris Lewis on Jamie Morrissey.
Clearing kick to the outer side on the breeze. Lawrence, a big fist. It's out of bounds.
Michael Tuck, the oldest man on the ground, has got the job on Craig Turley, who's been a prolific kick getter and a good player for the West Coast this year.
Runner-up in the Brownlow Monday night. Irving gets the tap against Deere. Platten. Twist, turns, left foot round the body. Two half forward, West Coast mark. To Pike. Allen very strong on him.
Best mates they are too, those two. You wouldn't think it.
Brian Shin talking to Pike. Settling him down, but not taking the football off him. The kick to centre wing.
Oh,
Turley. Tuck went early. So Turley from centre wing with a handball. To Hart. Hart to half forward. Sumich, Langford with him. It'll be one of the jewels of the day. Matera with pace. A little one, not a good kick. These sides are taking a long time to settle down. Hart touches the ground on the ball. Goes short. Finds Pike in the centre square. Jakovic in the goal square. Pike goes long towards him. Jakovic sets himself. Front spot, takes it.
No, play on.
Play on. Ball. Gee, bit stiff. Had a lot of it in the end, didn't he?
Yes, not at the start, though, I don't think.
The umpire right on the scene then, too.
Good decision, that one.
You can see there, tempers frayed. A lot of pent-up emotion.
Turley and Jenke, it's been a quiet start. Suddenly starting to come alive. Jakovic goes for it. Heady tries to help him out. Heady goes to ground, ridden to the ground, and gone for holding the ball. Well, a hard decision, and here's the man who's won the Norm Smith twice. Ayres to centre wing.
Oh, call almost. Main Waring held without it. He punched the ball away. Advantage is paid. This is Worsfold through the middle. Long kick inside the attacking 50. Langford uncontested in the end. Wants to play on. No one stands the mark. Bad footy by the Eagles. Langford towards the middle. Kicks towards right half forward. Good fist from Lockyer. Pritchard in front though, roving the pack, forward of the wing, down towards right half forward, Brereton. Meters in the clear, can't control it, keeps it in. Awkward one now for McIntosh.
That should be a free kick to McIntosh, because Brereton took his eye off the ball and actually held McIntosh.
He played it very well, the young man.
Isn't it great to see him out here? He's playing school football last year, he's only 18 years of age, and he's got a big job. Matera and Pritchard.
And the clock continues to run. The Eagles need some goals on this breeze. McIntosh towards the wing, knocked away by Lawrence. Pike goes off the ground down towards half forward. Wilson's in front down there. Cleverly to Turley, 60 metres out, confronted, tries to lay it off. Wilson can't control it. Tuck's got it now, well played. Platten on the burst.
Centre wing, kick towards Pritchard. Matera goes with him. In front, Matera, Pritchard. A foxing game for the moment, and out of play. Gee, Turley had an opportunity, didn't he?
My word, and that's what final football isn't about. You just put it on your boot initially and hope for the best. You just got to get the ball forward. The skill will come in later.
Deere, who's normally very good in this situation against Lockyer. Platten looks for a free kick, not there. Hart beats him with pace. Off the ground, Turley. Sits, waits, does that very well. But the handball not strong. Irving and Platten. Irving gets rid of him. Tuck with a little one. Turley with a chance. Should set it up to Waters. Will it sit? Waters, who had the fumbles earlier, has them again. He's struggling in the early stages. Free kick though.
Throw, Bruce.
And there's Worsfold and also Condon. So Waters, maybe this will settle him. High drop punt to centre half forward. Sumich can't get there. Jenke front spot, misses it. Heady goes to ground. Already's gone for holding the ball once. Tuck sweeps a handball out wide. It sits for Ayres, and the Hawks are away again to centre wing.
Foot race to the outer side. Jarman leads. Main Waring did well though. Beat him to it. Main Waring taken around the head. Advantage is paid. Now it'll come back, I fancy, or will it? They continue to play on. In fact, advantage was paid. We've got a throw in.
Noticeable, Dennis, already that a lot of West Coast forwards, namely Lewis and Sumich, are being led to the ball. They've got to get in front and create play.
Lewis missed it. Morrissey off the ground. Whew, big collision there, Gowers and Wilson. And the ball is out of bounds. The volatile one, Peter Wilson. Thrown in just outside the attacking 50 for the West Coast Eagles. Wilson over the top. Heady in front. Out of bounds once more. The Eagles winning the toss. Going with a strong breeze. And so far, No score in the grand final, but Hawthorn would be rather content with this. Ayres over the top. Wilson goes again for the Eagles. Jenke comes to meet it, missed it. Mew out of the congestion, straight up in the air virtually. Pritchard couldn't control it. Matera now a chance, met very solidly by Ayres. Away to Morrissey, kept his composure. Mew in the tackle, gets the kick away. Irving in trouble. Lawrence got him, tuck-held without it, should get a free. Advantage is paid, Condon comes away.
Centre wing, Brereton and McIntosh, free kick, Brereton. Plays on. Centre half forward, the kick. The wind holds it up. Pritchard, Dunstall on the lead. McKenna, the quick handball. Brennan, some rebound from West Coast. Brennan's kick not good. Lawrence should take it easily, and he does at centre wing.
Matera again a long way from Pritchard. Pritchard got the ball into the forward line for Hawthorn on that occasion.
One of the big improvers in the game, the 22-year-old, ex-Queenslander. Tries to go round Irving in the end, then goes short to Condon, who has to sit and wait. Waters with him, Condon off the ground. Brereton again sits and waits. McIntosh has got him, should go. Brereton, no, play on. Had plenty of time. Irving off the ground. Still this game really yet to settle. Turley, a slow handball. Mainwaring waits, sits, ducks, weaves, gets around. Drop punt, not particularly a good kick. Missed by Jakovic. Mew's little left footer. Back towards centre wing, Gowers. Now Allen. Good little give there to Lawrence, to Platten, run down, gets a quick kick away. Matera should rebound, and does, and kicks it a mile. Lewis the target, front spot, Morrissey with him. Did it well, Morrissey. Wilson has some time. Lewis takes out Ayres behind play. Wilson round the corner to Sumich, it's a good kick, and paid.
Oh, there's that 50.
Yes.
There's against Langford, you can see that.
50-metre penalty here for Sumich. Langford just losing his cool. Lewis was there with him, and he's really conceded a goal.
Here it is on replay, the mark. That's not the infringement. Lewis getting up. Oh, we just missed. There it is. That's why the 50-metre penalty given.
So Sumich to kick the first score of the game, and surely it'll be a goal. From the square, familiar side, drop punt straight through.
When you first buy a home, you don't really own very much of it, do you? But if you have a Westpac home loan, you can own more of your home much sooner. You can reduce the term of your loan without increasing the amount of your repayments. You can even vary your loan at any time to suit your changing circumstances. Just talk to your Westpac branch about these and other ways you can own your home sooner.
You can bank on us.
A long time coming. The Eagles lead by 6 points. Dean Irving and Steve Lawrence will go at it. Irving favoured by the bounce. Gowers, the hurried kick towards half forward. Hall, oh, terrific mark. Marvellous mark, plays on. Not best policy, intended for Condon. Worsfold went off the ground. This is Matera, down towards half forward. Wayward kick, out of bounds on the full. The Hawks have started better. Ray Jenke has the ball. Forward of right half back, towards the wing. Hall again. Opted out of the contest. Condon, uncontested, plays on. Not a particularly good kick down towards the 50. Timely fist from McIntosh. Dia on a collision course with Worsfold. Picked up by Hart. He's away. Well shepherded by Worsfold. Advantage is paid. This is Turley.
It's on behind
the centre square.
On behind play between Dia and Worsfold.
Pick it up every time, though. Turley gets it away. You know what to look for. This is McKenna inside the attacking 50. Sumich on the lead. It's 50 again. Chris Langford, twice now. He's 100 metres in debit and 2 goals.
Boy, are these costly penalties. Oh, yeah, there. Well, that was only Tiggy Touchwood. It was still there.
He's looking for a cannon.
Or a hole to crawl into, Dennis.
I was talking about billiards, Don. This is Sumich. Point blank range. Goal.
To develop the most advanced four-wheel drive in the world, we tested it in the most rugged country on earth.
Slow start for West Coast, but suddenly they're 2 goals in front, both from Sumic, and it's about what Gerard Healy thought the breeze was worth. Irving gets the tap, Hudson in the centre square, Platten's quick left foot round the body, Lockyer takes the mark, it's paid. Deer on the mark. Hawthorn yet to really threaten the goal. Lockyer's high one to half forward, Jakovic goes, Gowers with him. Heady cleverly off the ground, Wilson and Ayres. Wilson tried to take Ayres out, that's a pretty hard task. Ayres goes to ground. Morrissey just gives it up towards Platten. Jakovic with him, Wilson throws it away. Mainwaring, Lewis, who can be absolutely brilliant. Oh, what a kick. Oh, well done though by Langford in the end. The kick was for Turley. Tuck, half back, Pritchard Matera. They both go to ground. High tackle on Pritchard, play on, one bounce. Steadies, centre wing, Deer in the front spot, runs off Lockyer, could have gone further, kicks to Brereton against McIntosh. A good one-out contest, McKenna played it beautifully. Good tackle though by Jarman. Oh gee, Deer just crunched him, must give the free kick away. It's got to come back to McKenna.
Gee, he won that well, he caught one off Brereton initially and then another one off Deer. The ears will be a little sore.
This Worsfold, McIntosh, McKenna line is doing very well for West Coast. Waters at centre wing.
Plays on immediately. Towards half forward. Heady's in front. Should mark. Must get a free kick. They're getting worked over a few of these boys for the West Coast Eagles. Heady. A real baptism of fire inside the attacking 50. Intended for Sumic. Off hands Jakovic to Turley. Deep in the pocket, Turley. He's kicked these before. He goes goalward. It's bending back too far. Morrissey. Open space beckoning to the outer side. Intended for Gowers. Mainwaring is closing. Knocks the ball away. He's inside the 50. The little champ goes after it. Falls over. Gowers pushed across the boundary line. Throw in.
Turley could have had, or well, he did have Wilson back in the centre as he came around on his left foot on that left boundary. He could have dragged the ball more into the centre. Wilson was by himself. Instead, he went for goal.
Eagles by 12 points. Mew decisively. Mainwaring, though, 60 metres out from goal. Morrissey couldn't control it. Jakovic goes off the ground, and once more, it will be thrown in. Just over 13 minutes remaining. Michael Malthouse, a premiership player at Richmond in 1980. Mew in front of Jakovic.
Who wins the tap. Wilson runs onto it, kicks the ball to goal. Bouncing.
Oh, no!
For goal!
At BP, we like to think our new service stations are the best in the world, which is why our special fact-finding team is constantly checking, as unobtrusively as possible, how well our stations are maintaining the standard. Thank you. We're pleased to say the results have been very encouraging. But why not come and check us out for yourselves? BP, on the move.
Wilson kicking a goal that Dacos would have been proud of. Irving with the tap, Pike out of the centre. West Coast dominating. Free kick down the ground to Heady. Within scoring distance.
It's against Allen on Pike. As Pike got rid of the ball, a late tackle, a high tackle by Allen.
Well, they might be best mates, Dennis, but Ben Allen's let Don Pike know where he is today, but he might concede another goal here.
Yes, the friendship is off, at least for the afternoon.
There it is. Really nothing in it, just the high tackle.
Well, you mentioned Heady, Don, as their other big goal kicker, West Coast with Sumic. He kicked one from a similar distance with a heavy ball just before three-quarter time against Geelong. Drop punt, leans back, kicks it well. Right there, another one. Well, West Coast up to 4 goals now. They've kicked 4 goals in the space of about 7 minutes here and lead 4 goals to 0.
Well, what a great pickup that man is there. In the 1989 draft, he was picked number 92 and really has come of age in the last 12 months. He's really building himself up. Magnificent body now for a half forward. That's his 44th goal for the season.
Hawthorn playing the man a little too much at the present time. Lawrence gets it down. Waterman misses it. Down goes Irving. Platten emerges with it towards half forward. The Hawks needing a goal here. Brereton, good effort, body to body, and winning against McIntosh. Lays it off. Platten 60 metres out, intended for Dunstall. Chance behind for Deere. Open goal, it sits for him and he kicks it. The margin is 18 points.
Well, it was good use of the body initially by Brereton on the younger McIntosh. It was just a mere fact of maturity. You can see there the immature body of McIntosh is against the mature body of Brereton, who's just too strong, held his position. It was Platten who got it to Brereton initially. Good running on by Platten. And he's going to be a hard man to counter, dear, because he is very strong and he's quick for a big man.
Irving in the centre. Left foot kick by Waterman doesn't go far. Strong tackle by a couple of Hawthorn players. Hudson's left foot to half forward. And McKenna, who has started very well. This is his second mark, fourth kick coming up. Comes right across the ground to Waters, who's got some space. Worsfold will run for him. Hall did the best thing. He wouldn't draw himself. Finally had to. Now Worsfold, centre wing. Just chips it away to Wilson. Doesn't gain a lot of airs. Comes in strongly. Searles a dummy, Wilson. Bangs it to Sumich and Langford. Hawthorn with the numbers. Morrissey, where's Lewis? Nowhere to be seen. Jenke sits, waits, steadies. Kicks the ball very, very well and accurately to Pritchard. Great kick, Jenke.
Doing well, Pritchard, Bruce.
Fifth kick for Pritchard, not good. Irving to take the mark. Surprisingly started in the centre square. The thought was that Jakovic would go there. Irving's kicked to half forward. Morrissey and Langford, well, they could have raffled it. Turley tucked with him, holds him up. Sumich off the ground. Morrissey. Mew has to sit. Pressure from Jakovic has got him. Ball up.
Oh, now a little bit of byplay going in there. Chris Langford have that left fist cocked.
Gee, Chris Lewis caught one, didn't he? And again, West Coast leading 4 goals to 1. Jakovic and Mew off the ground. Jenke, Ayres in the front spot, couldn't take it. Wilson with him. Now Ayres did it well to Lawrence. Again Pritchard, kick number 6. Hall, almost a one-hander free kick, West Coast. Worsfold plays on, runs his 10 metres, kicks it to Turley and kicks it well. Turley 55 metres out. Breeze behind him.
Got to get it down there quicker, Bruce.
Might fancy himself here. Donald take his best.
Well, Heady let one go from here and kicked a goal.
55, or goes short. Is it Irving or just nobody? No. It's awful. It's terrible. And Morrissey able to defend and bounce it back to Brereton.
McIntosh drops it. Now Brereton in trouble. Is that holding the ball? Not according to the umpire. Gower's off the ground towards half forward. Condon's got it. Hall now. Allen. Inside the attacking 50, Hudson, courageous mark.
Well shepherded off by Deere too, put himself between Lockyer and Hudson.
The youngest Hawk out there this afternoon, Hudson. Good pass, Condon, 25 metres out from goal.
It was a costly kick when you reflect on Turley's kick, looking for Irving, who really was in no man's land. The ball rebounded, and as you can see there, Hudson combining with Condon. Condon picks up 24 possessions, 25 possessions again.
Not an easy kick, this one. The Breeze gets it. And he's missed. So, the first behind of the grand final. Just over 8 minutes remaining in the first term. Michael Brennan. Favours the outer side, very high kick. Lockyer knocks it away from Gowers. Platten, who's been very industrious. Jarman just outside the 50, clever kick. Dunstall couldn't control it, still he goes. Lockyer gets back, kicks to midfield. Heady, he started very well. Heady on the outer side wing. Down towards the attacking 50, Ayres reads it best in flight. Good mark.
Oh, doesn't he use his body well? He just out-bodied Wilson before that ball even got in the vicinity of the two players.
High ball to Pritchard, sets him up. Oh, A lot of courage there by Pritchard. Took the mark against Irving, who really should have done better. Pritchard's kick towards Brereton. And again, courage for Mainwaring.
There's a fight on in mid-square.
Wilson Jenky is in the centre square. This is going on. And Brereton's also getting involved with McKenna and Mainwaring.
Oh, there's Hudson.
So we've got fights going left, right and centre here in the centre square. As Mainwaring to kick it from half-back. This fight's still going on. Jakovic in the front spot. Heady. This fight getting out of control here.
Actually, there's not too many brave players. What they're doing, a lot of those players, is running from 30 metres to somebody that's just standing flat-footed. It doesn't take a brave player to do that. You've got to go and get the ball. That's a brave player.
Well, let's see who can do it, Don. Centre wing. Ayres is the first man that gets his hand on it. That's not surprising. Waterman's kick round the body to the space. Sumic takes a chance. Gets a poor bounce. Langford takes a very big chance. Morrissey. Sumic to pressure him. Morrissey under pressure. Thumps it away towards Ayres. And I thought Ayres was going to concede and let it go out of play. Kept it in and kicks it to Lawrence at centre wing.
Emergency umpire taking note. There's Jenky. Got it from Lawrence. McIntosh close to the boundary line. Jarman's got it now. Condon down towards the attacking 50. Hawthorn in best position. Down goes Deer. Could have almost been held without it. Waterman's over the ball, likewise, then flicks it out of bounds. And what will the umpire do? Throw it in, says umpire Brian Sheehan. Officiating in his third grand final, John Russo has been in 2. Throw in, just outside the attacking 50 for the Hawks. Gowers desperately. This is Lawrence going against the flow, back down towards the pocket. Wayward kick, though, it's out of bounds on the full.
One move that coach Michael Malthouse for the West Coast could consider doing is changing his wings. Matera is getting cut about by Pritchard. He could put Mainwaring onto Pritchard.
Gowers, good mark from the McKenna kick. Plays on immediately. Jenky around Heady, forward of the wing. Goes very wide. Jarman just inside the field of play. Darren Jarman wants to go 60 metres out from goal. Gets around McKenna, has a bounce. Sharp angle, goes Goldwood. Brereton goes back. Well done down there by the defence. Worsfold knocks it against the post to behind. But Hawthorn is settling now after a fine burst by the Eagles midway through the term.
8-24. Brennan to bang it back in for West Coast.
Kemp about to come on. Waters coming off for West Coast.
Brennan short. Had a couple of options. Lockyer just called Matera out and then gives him a handball. Matera with a high one towards centre wing. Heady. Mew took a very good chance here.
Play on.
Well, I thought he took the mark. Heady says holding the ball now, and it is holding the ball. Mainwaring to play on. Stops and props. Gets into some trouble. Jakovic wasn't ready for the handball. West Coast making a mistake again here, just like they did a few minutes ago when they went forward. Mainwaring caught. Wilson. Now Jakovic round the body. Turley with Tuck. Langford. Turley can't quite get him. Jenky, quick one. Hopes. Doesn't hope well enough because Wilson's got it. They can't run him down. Wilson kicks it very poorly and Morrissey's away. Tony Hall's the target at centre wing. Worsfold with him. Goes early. Pritchard reads it much better than Matera. Gets a bad bounce. Worsfold plays it well. Pike makes a mistake. Platten gets a free kick centre wing.
John Platten goes short. Here's Hall. 2 South Australians combining there. Hall probing kick inside the 50. It falls forward from the Brennan fist. Dia across the goal face. Jarman's got it 20 metres out. Plays on. And he's missed. Well, that was too clever by half.
He could have steadied Dennis.
Oh. Bad miss, that one. Should have gone back and had the kick. Here's Brennan. 1-3. Plays 4 goals. The last 3 scores, all to Hawthorn, all behinds. Irving over the top, and a free kick is going Hawthorn's way. And it's Hudson out there. Hudson inside the 50. Behind a chance here for Brereton. Right against the boundary line. Misses again to the near side.
Well, Hawthorn kicked 3-11 against Geelong in the first quarter. We're not quite at that point at 1-4 as we look at the West Coast bench. Waters off and now Anderson and Collins. Collins surprisingly starting as an interchange player. Lockyer wide. It's where West Coast are struggling at the moment, getting it out of half-back. That time Irving takes the mark. Was looking for options. He started reasonably well.
Well, he's kept Lawrence quiet. Lawrence was best on the ground last time these two sides met.
Not a great kick. Matera half volleys it very well to Pike. Left foot. Morrissey, who's given Lewis a bath through the centre. Not a good kick, but hard into the breeze. Platten tries to trap it. Deere with his body strength towards Pritchard. Lewis, that was a little bit better. Lockyer's hands are very good to Matera. He's away. A second bounce. A third. A fourth. He hasn't seen Lawrence coming. Yes, he has. He accelerates and kicks towards goal. Kicks it well. For distance behind. It's exciting, isn't he?
Electrifying, isn't he, when he runs?
What about the acceleration when he saw Lawrence out of the corner of the eye and he took him on and charged away?
Well, it just hurt him.
Look at this bad marking. Look at Morrissey by himself. Now, where is Lewis? Now, he's back in the centre square. I mean, he's really got to get down there. Morrissey's leading him a dance.
There's Gary Ayres then.
31 today, is he?
Yes. What a player he's been. Pritchard in the back pocket. Wide to Gowers. Poor marking by the Eagles that time. And Gowers has this ball at right half back. Eagles by 15 points. Good start to the grand final. Kicks to the wing. Big pack. Hall could have almost been held without it. Condon does well against the flow. A very high kick that hangs in the breeze. Brereton's in front. McIntosh has done well. Gets it on the ground. This is Hart. Past the centre circle. Chip passes intended for Sumich, and what a good kick it was. Honouring a great lead. Sumich.
Tremendous acceleration over the first couple of yards, Peter Sumich. He can kick the ball that proverbial mile, but he'll hook it. He's got it down to such a fine art. He brings it left to right.
He'll kick from 60 metres out on the breeze. Important kick, this one. Started well. Already has two. Long kick. Great kick.
Pete. Dave? Haven't seen you since you left town. With my girlfriend.
We got married.
I'm happy for you.
She left me for a truckie.
Now I'm even happier.
Having a beer?
Yeah.
Melbourne?
Sure. Something else I remember.
Yeah?
It's your shout.
Stunning kick there by Sumich. 31-10, West Coast by 21 points. Gowers out of the centre. Hall and Worsfold. Hall goes to ground. Deere's handball pretty good. Allen to Dunstall. Good kick. And a good mark by Dunstall under good pressure by Brennan.
Well, Brennan kept Dunstall just to 3 goals last time they played on one another. And Dunstall got those goals in the last quarter.
Even this won't be easy with this breeze.
There's Allen.
Well, Condon missed from a similar position and angle. You'd expect Dunstall to kick better than Condon. Drop punt to goal. And what a handy one in the last 30 seconds of the first quarter. 72,000 people here today. And Dunstall gets his first. Sumich has got 3 at the other end. And the Hawks well and truly in this at 2-4 to 5-1.
To mark the build-up, Deere, he is that linchpin on that forward line. Deere, he'll feed it off, he'll use his body. And he's the player they've got to contain, West Coast.
16-31, last 30 seconds, Irving with the tap. Gowers again, he's done very well. High one to half forward, Worsfold and Hall. Another chance for Hawthorn in the last 15 seconds. Dunstall again. A good kick, free kick.
Free kick.
Over the shoulder. Well, what important thrusts these are from Hawthorn in the last minute of this first quarter. West Coast would have fancied themselves going in 3 or 4 goals up.
Now Irving has to be running down the ground and getting the goal square. He's standing behind Dunstall taking this kick.
Well, the siren will go very shortly. There's less than 10 seconds remaining in the opening quarter. And can Dunstall repeat the effort from 20 seconds ago? Drop punt, he's kicked it well again for another one. Well, the Hawks have got out of jail here as the siren sounds. And Alan Joyce and Mick Malthouse make their way onto the arena. And West Coast leads at 5-1 to 3-4 at quarter time.
Well, this is the battle of the birds of prey, so we thought we'd give you an eagle's eye view from the top of the members' stand. There's been plenty of action in the first quarter, and we'll be back with more after this short break.
There's a price on your head.
How much?
100 gold pieces.
Is that all?
He was a thief, but she couldn't help loving him. He was sworn to protect her. But he never expected to love her. Kevin Costner is Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. Trinomic. There is no limit. No limit. No limit.
To a lot of people like me, money was a game. Buy this, sell that.
It's a huge cash flow to play
Make more here, property, investments, etc.
Venezuela.
Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
No, I think we'd better reconsider.
But I now know my real assets are my family. Sure, money is important, but we need the security of knowing it's there when we need it.
The ANZ cash management account that pays money market rates, is at call, and has money in the bank.
200. Bad deal.
And there's no time you need money more than when your assets are growing.
No, 450. It's my hotel.
Right now, Nissan dealers have a limited number of Pulsars to run out, from the economical 1.6 to the sporty 1.8, with four-wheel disc brakes, power steering and a full 2-year factory warranty. Hatches or sedans, you'll find some of the greatest small car deals of 1991 in the one and only Pulsar Run Out. So run in to your Nissan dealer today. Don't miss out on yours.
Who would have thought Europe's leading car maker would come all the way to Australia for vital car parts? Suspension springs for every model in the Mercedes-Benz 190 series.
A very important contract for National Springs. A first for Australian know-how.
Big name, big contract, big opportunity. So National Springs brought in big thinking.
BHP Steel supplied a special high-tensile steel and helped us clinch the contract.
And the export dollars keep rolling home. Getting out, getting on with it. That's the strength of Australian steel people.
9 points the margin, and the key forwards for the respective sides have been in the thick of things. The West Coast Eagles 5-1-31. Peter Sumich has kicked 3. Hawthorn 3-4-22. Jason Dunstall has booted 2. If you haven't entered our Mark of the Year competition as yet, time is running out. Do so in the next few minutes.
7 Sport Mitsubishi Motors Mark of the Year. Your phone vote could win you a Mitsubishi Magna. Dial the phone number on the mark you want to vote for. Mark 1, Peter Somerville, Essendon. Mark 2, Brett Allison, North Melbourne. Mark 3, Stuart Lowe, St Kilda. Mark 4, Derek Kickett, Essendon. Mark 5, Dale Lewis, Sydney. The winner of the Mark of the Year will also receive a Mitsubishi Magna. You have until 4 p.m. today to register your vote.
5 tremendous marks. Which one will you choose? Note the number of the player you like and get on the phone now. Don't forget, you've got until 4 o'clock this afternoon. And if you're having trouble getting through, then please keep trying in our Mark of the Year.
Nervous start for West Coast. They kicked 4 goals then in 7 minutes and then relinquished a good break with 2 goals to Dunstall in the last minute. There's Anderson and Collins warming up. And a first quarter that had plenty going. There's Chris Lewis getting heavily involved with Ray Jenke, and a brawl that got out of control for a little while, Don Scott.
Yeah, so a lot of these niggly little things you can see there. It doesn't take a brave man to do what Pritchard's doing. There'll be a couple of other Hawthorn players coming in, like Hudson there, and Condon will come running in.
It came at a very bad time too, Don, as far as the West Coast Eagles were concerned. If they started that, as it appeared they did, silly.
West Coast to the right, Hawthorn to the left of screen. West Coast by 9 points. Jakovic on the ball, not surprising, as Hawthorn were able to get two big winners out of the centre in the last minute of the first quarter. Free kick to Hudson. Waterman standing the mark.
Sumich is centre half forward too, Bruce.
Playing up the ground into the breeze. Hudson's kick to half forward. McKenna in a match there with Jarman. Kemp goes to ground. He's had a quiet start. Condon's handball to Lawrence. Left foot by Lawrence. Deere and Brereton, two of the strong men. Brereton gets rid of McIntosh legitimately and takes the mark.
Second time he's done that. Just too much strength.
Gee, a goal here to Hawthorn will give them tremendous impetus.
You watch this on replay. Look at Brereton.
It's going to kick from just inside 50, about a 60-degree angle. The man who kicked 8 goals when Hawthorn got slaughtered in 1985 by Essendon. Loves the big game. Drop punt, hooks it. Misses. So a couple of behinds to Brereton. She's second. And Hawthorn a little inaccurate at 3-5 to 5-1.
Interesting move taking Irving out of the game. I thought he did quite well, especially in the centre bounces and putting Jakovic, although Jakovic has been a good player for the West Coast the last 2 weeks.
Deere in the front spot, Jakovic at the back. Deere's mark is a thumping kick.
Very strong mark, that one. That was Dunstall on the lead. Deere from 65 metres out, puts it on the breeze. They'll contest about 5 metres out. Brereton almost. And McIntosh concedes a behind. So Hawthorn with the breeze. Final term this one. Valuable late goals in the first quarter. Now Brennan pondering. 5-1, 3-6. Brennan favours the outer side. It's getting dark suddenly at VFL Park. Perhaps a chance of rain. Deere again plays on. 45 metres out from goal. This could be a lifter. It's a goal. Great kick. Twice they kicked in. Twice he marked. 4-6, 5-1. Point the difference then at VFL Park in the grand final.
As I said earlier, this man is the man they're going to have trouble containing. He's strong, he's quick. And there he is, putting the ball on his boot for his second goal.
John, big move here. Lockyer's gone on to Brereton and McIntosh on to Deere. They've made a swap. Just to point the difference. Jakovic wins it. Pike's high ball to half forward. Ayres against the flow, keeps his eye on it. Free kick wins it against Wilson. Had a terrific opening quarter, Ayres. Only man to win the Norm Smith twice for best on ground in the grand final. Left foot high, centre half forward. Front spot was Hall. Hudson sits and waits. Back turns, gets away. Chips a little left footer, a good one. Pritchard had 8 kicks in the first quarter. And does he get 50? No. Hawthorn fans want it.
Matera's man too, Bruce.
From 55 metres. Drop punt. He's kicked it well. He's kicked the goal. Hawks in front.
As my Dishlex washes everything in 12.5 minutes, I've got plenty of time to catch up with all the latest news. Better still, it's so quiet. I never miss a thing. That's why it's called Dishlex.
Puma there is no limit, no limit.
And so the Hawks are making their move on this grand final now. Plenty of wind-assisted time in this second period. Bounce back in the middle. Jakovic gets it down. Platten, his 9th possession. High kick down towards half forward. Deere and McIntosh, almost the ladder. Keeps it in front, but Hall does very well. Brereton at close quarters, hard against the boundary line, pulls it back. Out comes Dunstall, fisted away by Brennan, taken by Lockyer. This is Hart, confronted by Platten, does well. kept his head away to Kemp. Oh, and Platten got cleaned up by a teammate. Meantime, Lawrence takes the mark. Platten's okay on his feet. Not necessarily one and the same thing, of course. Lawrence, probing kick. Brennan a fist. Sharply angled towards the boundary. McKenna with dash. From the back pocket towards the outer side wing. Pritchard and Matera. Oh. Pritchard keeps it in superbly. He's winning on that wing. Brereton on the 50. Long kick down towards the kickoff line. Dunstall surrounded. And it trickles through for a minor score. Hawthorn increase their lead. 5-7, 5-1. And the lights are on.
Brennan looking for some options. Jakovic is taking a long time to settle down today. Lawrence with him. And Hall in the front spot. No mark paid. Off the ground, Matera. Taken out of it by Pritchard cleverly. Matera did very well, though, to Waterman, who's been quiet, with some space and time, and plenty of empty spaces across the forward line. Oh, Ayres, well played. Wilson still with him, though. A ball to be won. Ayres with strength. Mew, Heady, Irving, Wilson. Back turns, left foot round the body, looks towards Turley. Almost tucked with him, gets a free kick, Turley. Bit lucky, I think. Didn't seem to be anything in it. Turley to the goal square. Lewis one out. Morrissey off the ground. Pike, Lewis, Morrissey, Langford. Again, Morrissey goes and wins the football to Platten. Hawthorn are doing very well, but Platten's kick under pressure really had very little chance to keep it in.
And Langford doesn't look too good. He's on his haunches. He's just getting up now after that clash.
Mainwaring to bang it back into the goal square. Lewis, Morrissey. Now Morrissey. Well, I don't know what Chris Lewis is at the moment, but it doesn't seem to be at VFL Park. Condon caught. Good tackle by Kemp. Pike low to the ground. Quickly given away. Mainwaring clever to Kemp. Back to Waterman. To the goal square to Heady. Couldn't take it. Jenke. Now Heady. Still Heady. Legs. Free kick must be. Very bad decision. John Russo's called a clanger there. Heady should have got a free kick. Gowers gives it away.
Oh dear. Pritchard back to Gowers at half back. That's a big play because Hawthorn may score here. Pritchard around the outer side towards half forward with the kick. Dia. Fine mark. Is it right half forward? Playing well. Dia. Centering kick. Hall. In fact, it drifts to the pocket. Hudson takes the mark. Well, the breeze certainly pushing that ball in there. And now Paul Hudson, only about 30 metres from goal. Sharp angle. Polled 17 votes in the Brownlow on Monday. And, of course, his dad played in Hawthorn's 71 premiership team. Dangerous forward. And normally, a very good kick. He kicks. And misses to the near side. Well, Heady legged at the other end. Hawthorn kicker behind. 5-8, 5-1. There's the time remaining. Just over 18 minutes. As we said, the lights are on. Hawthorn have the breeze. And the crowd is behind them as well.
Well, it all adds up to a lot going for the Hawthorn at the moment. They're playing well. Jakovic with a big fly. Hard towards the boundary line. Platten off the ground. Keeps it in play. Gains about 20 metres. Waterman happy, content to let it go over the line. Well, all Hawthorn. Don Scott in the centre breaks.
Well, it's indicative of the way they're playing, Bruce.
Remember those two just before quarter time too, where they won it out through Gowers. Lockyer. Now Brereton in the pocket. Round the body. And across the face of goal for his third behind.
Actually, Dunstall led and did the right thing, led up towards centre half forward. Brereton should have dragged that back, and he still kicked the point. Prime Minister Bob Hawke left the screen. Ross Oakley, President, Chairman of the AFL.
Well, the scoreboard's got a familiar look to the Geelong game now. Hawthorn so inaccurate early. Got 8 more shots here, but lead by just 8 points. They're right on top, the Hawks. West Coast conceding. Platten throws it away. A quick kick towards the goal square. Dunstall in a wrestling match. No free kick. Cleverly to Hall. He should kick a goal, and he has put it through.
You can do it with McEwen's, 'cause we've got a million things.
Buy 2 4-litre cans of Taubman's Easy Coat Low Sheen Vinyl and you can buy 4 litres of Taubman ceiling paint for just $1. Buy 2 4-litre cans of Easy Coat Low Sheen Vinyl at $33.95, save $6 and you can buy 4 litres of Taubman ceiling paint for just $1 extra. McEwen's Super Money Savers. You can't buy them for less anywhere.
You can do it with McEwen's, 'cause we've got a million things.
The Eagles led by 9 points at quarter time, and even then you sensed it wasn't enough. Now they trail by 14. Still 17 minutes remaining till half-time. There's the bounce. Jakovic has it. Kicks towards half-forward. Langford off the ground. Hart to Mainwaring. About 80 metres from goal. Lewis under the ball. Morrissey claims the mark. Wanted to play on. Called to play on, but Mew has it now. Goes very short. Lawrence on the defensive 50. Plays on. Towards the wing and Brereton. Awkward half volley. Gowers over the top. Platten, courageous as always. Back towards Brereton. Wanted to take on the tackler. As a result, lost the ball. Concedes about 20 metres with the kick. Ayres has got it. Towards midfield. Allen and Pike now. Allen keeps it in front. Still he goes, Ben Allen. Sliding in there was Kemp. Pike gets the crumbs. Dragged down by Allen superbly. Down goes Ayres. In goes Pike. Lawrence has got it now. Over the top. This is Langford. Way up the ground. Not a good kick. Just inside the 50. Deere the danger man. 40 metres from goal. Bacon goal square. Dunstall goes off the ground and has missed.
Well, they've got Lockyer off the ground now, West Coast, and Waters has come on, so they've had to reshuffle their forward line. We saw Deere having McIntosh. Now, McIntosh is still with him. Lockyer was on Brereton. Now Worsford's got that job.
Kick by Brennan after McKenna passed it to him. Deere just with strength there on McIntosh again. Swings onto that left foot in that arc. Bangs it towards Dunstall in a group of players. Gets rid of half of them. McKenna in trouble. Goes to ground. Waters quickly caught by Jarman, who does cleverly. Now he's a bit of a magician, Jarman. Not this time. That one straight out of bounds on the full. Nothing magic about that result. Or an earlier one where he tried it. There's Lockyer. 16 shots to 6 here. Hawthorn has kicked the last 5 goals and 6 of the last 7. Remembering West Coast led 4-0. McIntosh looks for a free kick. Condon's handball to Allen. Hawthorn everywhere. Deere again. Good kick to Hudson. And suddenly there are holes everywhere for Hawthorn players to run into.
Just picking up Scott Waters. He's standing the mark of Hudson. Whether he is picking up Hudson, we'll just wait and see.
Hudson has kicked 60 goals this year. He's averaged 2.5 a match, and he's kicked that one straight through for another.
On rough dirt tracks, it refused to become unsettled, proffering stability and predictability we normally associate with expensive cars from Germany. The new one is longer, wider, taller than the car it replaces, and boasts quantitative improvements in ride and handling. It's better built too.
So the margin 21 points now. Lawrence. Pike though, towards half forward. Turley couldn't control it. This is Langford. Now Sumich, forward of the wing, down towards half forward. Wilson will need to go here.
Oh, didn't want it.
Hang on. Ayres. Away to Jenke from the defensive 50. Platten. Johnny Platten, forward of right half back. Playing superbly. The standard setter in courage. He kicks around the outer side. Hall the big lead. Couldn't hang on. Condon tried to go off the ground. Eventually Sumich back towards half forward. All Hawthorn. 3 against 1. But the one is heady and he's all class. But Ayres is too good. Great shepherd by Tuck. Away it comes to Mew. To Langford. Look at the Hawks run. Langford. Well, look at the Hawks fall over and Lewis goes in very carelessly, but the Eagles will get the free kick.
105 kicks to 65 kicks in favour of Hawthorn.
Gee, a bad mistake by Wilson a minute ago, wasn't it, Don?
Well, he didn't want the ball, Bruce. You've got to put your body in, especially in a final. Wrap your body around that ball. He could have taken that on half forward.
Well, fortunately that for West Coast, that Langford made a mistake. There's Waterman, wide towards Hart. Platten's had a terrific start. Hart did well at 5 kicks in the opening quarter.
Waters is coming off. He was on Hudson. Now Lamb's coming on for his first run.
As a tagger, you'd wonder. They need goals, West Coast. They need a couple in a hurry. Hart from a long way out. Bangs a high one. Outnumbered Wilson, just easily outpositioned Ayres.
And Turley's gone on to Hudson and has immediately given him one. Now it's on in the centre again, Turley and Hudson.
Brereton dropped it, holding the footy. Must be. Worsfold had him. Play on. Lamb from centre wing. Goes to half forward. Jakovic again outnumbered. Tuck back there. Wilson's hip and shoulder okay. Matera. Pritchard with him. Off the ground by Ayres, who's had a very, very strong start here. 52 to 31, and you just get the feeling, unless West Coast can make a stand and a statement here, Hawthorn are getting right on top.
Boundary throw in, Jakovic, clean possession, ball up.
Thought that might have been a little bit high.
What's the bet at this stage?
And there are those two. And as soon as Turley went on to Hudson, there was an altercation, just to let him know that he means business, Turley.
There's the bounce. Just going to say, what's the betting on a third Norm Smith medal for Gary Ayres? He's playing superbly at the present time. Meantime, Lawrence took his eye off the ball, as did Irving. It bounces out of bounds. We'll have a throw in just forward of right centre wing for the West Coast Eagles, who trail 5-1 to 7-10. They're lucky to be so close. An imbalance there, as you can see. And again, Condon towards half forward. Gowers with the run of it. Lacking support though. This is Turley in trouble. McKenna knocked on by Kemp, and he should have taken it. Lawrence. Hart can't control it. Wilson now gets it to Lamb, a runner inside Mainwaring. He's looking a little tired, Mainwaring, and he left it behind. Mainwaring shovels it out. Lamb's got it on the 50. The pressure relentless. Jakovic away to Hart. Great effort by Ayres to bring him down. Affected the kick slightly. It's all Hawthorn back in the square. Lewis will arrive late. In he goes. Well done, Chris Lewis. Now he's in trouble. Claimed by Langford, lacking support. Morrissey comes away. Confronted by Matera. He goes off the ground. Centimetre perfect. It bounces out of bounds.
That man on screen is having a wonderful game. He's continuing on when he had Lewis in the first game in Subiaco, and he's doing a marvellous job.
52 to 31. I just wonder where West Coast are going to get the goals from. Sumich has gone back to the square. Here's Platten. Breaks the tackle, gets the kick. Pike and Allen. Good mark to Allen. Pike had some touches early. Now Mew with time to steady and bang a drop punt. Jarman versus McKenna. A juggled mark by McKenna. Swings it wide, looks for Turley. Now West Coast have got the numbers here. Oh, but Gowers takes a beauty against the flow and bangs it to Lawrence, who bangs it to centre half forward. Hawthorn with a chance here. Hudson, haul round his body and kicks it out on the full. Probably should have done it a little better. Had some more time. Well, 19 out of 22.
I think that's indicative of the way the West Coast are playing that mark by Gowers, because Turley was interested more in Gowers. Gowers only interested in the ball, and he's got teammates doing exactly the same thing, Gowers.
It's McIntosh's handball. Turley taps it cleverly this time to Kemp, who at last has some time and some space to think about it. Lamb's going to be under pressure. A terrible handball. Ayres does the job again. West Coast panic.
This is Wilson. Right half forward. Goes in short. Lewis calls Sumich out. Now he's in trouble. Just left the ball behind. Good tackle though, but Morrissey stood in the tackle and got the ball to Tuck. Goes looking for Gowers. Over the top, Mainwaring. This is Ayres behind. All the time in the world, Gary Ayres. Down towards half forward. Storming up the ground is Deer. Hawthorn could break this wide open. Centering kick intended for Brereton. Didn't have the carry. Back goes McKenna. Lays it off to Worsfold, who breaks away from half-back. Kicks to open space. The heads go down and the legs start to pump towards the outer side, but nothing doing. It bounces out of bounds and will be thrown in. Joyce on the phone. What a record. 39 wins, 9 losses. A premiership back in '88. He's sensing one now, I'm sure. Condon in front, over the ball. Could be holding it. No, the umpire will, I think, throw it up out there. It's very soft. Umpire Sheehan indicating he will toss it up. 7-10, 5-1. Irving, a little backhander. Lawrence with desperation. Down goes Platten, and it will be thrown in.
Anderson and Collins, no interchange used for Hawthorn as yet.
Plenty of run on the bench there, though, and that's frightening as well.
Anderson playing an important role, a goal-kicking role against Geelong in '89 when the Cats were steaming at the Hawks. There's Matera to Pike, inside to Kemp. He's got a lot of space here, should take advantage of it. Sumic the target, will it get that far? Wilson in the road, play on. Langford under pressure towards the boundary line. It won't make it. Matera, who again's got a lot of time to think about it, had Sumic, goes towards Lewis. There's really been a non-event here, and you just wonder how long Michael Malthouse can keep Lewis out there.
Well, his defensive work's pretty good, Bruce. He's chasing really hard, and he really got Langford in the centre, and he also laid a heavy tackle on Morrissey, but he's running second.
He was the second man to get Langford, by the way, and was lucky not to give a free kick away for a careless tackle. Quick kick round the body and through from behind from Jakovic. So it's the first score to West Coast in this quarter, and we've been going for a long, long time now. It's 7-10 to 5-2. Langford, one of
look at Allen by himself.
A number of Hawthorn players who have tasted grand final success through those 80s.
Intended for Gowers. Oh, Mainwaring, great mark.
Had to sit on that occasion, Chris Mainwaring. 5 weeks out. What a fantastic effort.
Took it very clean. Good kick too. It was a hot one, and Sumic controlled it well. Well, in the context of the afternoon, this could well be the most important kick we've seen so far.
He's getting away once again, Peter Sumic, and this is his preferred side. I mentioned earlier how he hooks the ball left to right. He's already kicked 3.
Prior to this game, kicked 7 goals in 3 games against Hawthorn, so this is his best effort. Anderson waiting to come on, but all eyes on Peter Sumic. From 35, good kick.
Australia's greatest hero was loved by the nation.
Got a gift, something other people would give anything for.
But her love was very different.
So I do some more massage on your back.
Outside the ring, he had to battle her secret desires.
Like old times, eh?
To win control of his life.
Men with thick wallets and women with even bigger tits all over dear long. I love you.
A boy's innocence.
Take your underpants off.
An older woman's obsession. A mini-series that explores the passionate life of an Australian legend. Shell presents Rose Against the Odds, Sunday.
Under 6 minutes remaining, West Coast within 14 points. Pike out of the centre, wide to Hetty. Will he take Jenke on here? He'll have to. Gets around him. Left foot to Wilson in the pocket. Good kick. Just suddenly West Coast with a chance here. They're getting plenty of the football. Sumic on a long lead. Langford, well done. Sumic tried to get rid of him, couldn't. Langford bangs it back to centre wing. Going early, Lawrence. Irving takes the mark. To Pike. Stops and props. In trouble, Hetty, high tackle. Must get a free kick. Brereton. And should... No, not get 50. Dermott just rubbed his head into the turf a little. Not a lot. Hetty to Pike. West Coast mounting a challenge.
Now down the other end of the ground, Langford's got hold of Sumic in the pocket and won't let him run.
Well, they've been fighting for a minute.
Here's Jakovic. Bangs it to Lewis. Should take this.
They look better, the West Coast, when Irving's on the ball. They should leave him on the ball. He's doing well today.
Well, you mentioned the Sumic kick, Dennis, a minute ago. This one also very important. Not only for the context of the score, but for Lewis's confidence, who has seemed out of sorts throughout this match. See the angle. It's quite severe.
He is one player who's capable, Bruce.
It's a great kick. His skill level's never been questioned. Occasionally a temperament problem. Drop punch, he's kicked that all right. Straight through the middle for another one.
And Beyond 2000.
A very dark violet.
Handheld vision for the blind.
It's bringing colour into a world where once there was none.
Could a plastic card stop $1 billion industry in car theft?
This enormous racket is about to meet its match.
The all-Australian see-through boat that's built just for fun.
Amate Imaska.
And the amazing speech translator that recognises anyone's voice.
Aussie accent and all.
On Beyond 2000. Presented by Telecom and Mobile, Tuesday on 7.
Well, Well, you don't qualify on top if you haven't got any guts, and they're showing it now, the West Coast Eagles. Pritchard knocks it forward for the Hawks, and again Brereton. The next goal will be very important. Gowers has got it, 55 metres out, wobbles it down towards the pocket. Paul Deere battling hard against McIntosh. It's out of bounds, will be thrown in. It's a very good grand final, this one. Throw in. Deere and McIntosh are there. Both sides have had periods of ascendancy. Anderson still going, then lost it. Condon to Paul Deere again, snaps wide of the mark, bounces out of bounds in the pocket. So a throw in.
A lot of numbers around the ball, especially at that previous throw in, and they'll congregate again in the left forward pocket.
8 points the difference. Familiar face. McIntosh. Deere. That's a goal. Or was it touched off the boot? No, touched. And the goal umpire, almost a wry smile. Certainly a sense of the dramatic there. Just waited and waited.
He's the problem player, Dennis.
Who, the goal umpire?
No, Deere. Paul Deere.
7-11, 7-2. Brennan kicks in towards the outer side. You're uncanny, Don.
He's a great judge, isn't he? Deere to take the mark. It's very effective from those throw-ins, and also it's been very effective from the kick-ins today. It's the third time he's taken a mark. Oh, torpedo punt. Brereton sets himself. Mainwaring, a chance here for Hudson. Did he get his foot to it? Off the ground. It's hit the point, the goal post, and I think it's a behind. There'll be a conference here.
No. Bounce down, is there?
I thought it hit the goal post, and goal umpire was probably unsighted. 2.5 minutes remaining in the first half. Hawthorn leads by 9 points, and you can't get deeper in attack than this. This is as far down the belly you can get. Brendan concedes a behind at 7-12, 7-2. So a lot of rush points for Hawthorn today. Let's have a look and see if the ball does hit the post. See if my eyes were not deceiving me. Here we go. Yeah, that's a behind. That's a point. Anyway, end result the same. McIntosh, good mark. Tuck against him.
He's got a good pair of hands, this young fellow, and he will be a good player in years to come.
She's going to learn a bit from today. Don playing on number 23 in the opening minutes of a grand final. Kick towards centre wing. Condon was a big accumulator of kicks. Anderson, first effective touch. Started on the interchange with Collins. Goes to half forward again. Brereton a target. Deere goes late. McIntosh in the front. Hall traps it. Waterman over the top. Hart goes through, gets leg, plays on to Turley. Advantage paid. Turley's got to do something clever. He does to Pike. Good kick, Turley.
Terrific kick. Good
Oh,
mark.
no, look at that hand pass.
Waterman at full stretch through the middle. Awkward bounce for all and sundry. Jakovic flicks it out. Jenke goes off the ground. All Hawthorn. Beat two of them. Runs free behind. Kemp gets back. Collides with Mainwaring.
Gee.
Then Condon overran the ball, or was it Lawrence? Either one of two, and it socket out of bounds.
There was a comedy of errors, not the fact that those two went down, but Waterman had his back to play as the ball was coming down. Then you saw the two Eagles crash into one another, Mainwaring and Kemp. Look at this. But Waterman, prior to that, had his back to play. There he is, number 39 in the front of the screen.
Deere. Now Gowers, close to the boundary line. Can he keep it in? No, he can't. So we're down to 42 seconds in the first half. 10 points is the margin. And full credit to the West Coast Eagles. They looked on, they flexed some muscle, and they've come again.
Worsfold's high one to centre wing. Irving, Lawrence and Brereton. Lawrence, oh, too easy. Poor effort by Irving. Less than 30 seconds. A goal to Hawthorn will be handy here. Deere sets himself. McIntosh does a good job. Worsfold and Kemp, they could raffle it. Condon. Kemp did very well to maintain some poise. Here's Turley from half-back. High one to centre wing. Inside 10 seconds in the first half. Wilson takes the mark. It'll be a little bit too...
Oh, look at that!
Won't matter, John. The siren's about to go. Ayres. And there it is. So at half-time, the Hawks by 10 points. But West Coast well and truly in this game after Hawthorn threatened to tear it apart halfway through that second quarter. Sumik's the big goal scorer with 4. And Dunstall has 2 for Hawthorn. And at half-time, Hawthorn leads by 54 to 44. But this game is far from over. It's 7-12 to 7-2 at the long break.
To them, it was an adventure.
We cannot fail.
But this was to become Australia's finest hour. The Light Horseman tonight.
7 Sport Mitsubishi Motors Mark of the Year. Your phone vote could win you a Mitsubishi Magna. Dial the phone number on the mark you want to vote for. Mark 1, Peter Somerville, Essendon. Mark 2, Brett Allison, North Melbourne. Mark 3, Stuart Lowe, St Kilda. Mark 4, Derek Kickett, Essendon. Mark 5, Dale Lewis, Sydney. The winner of the Mark of the Year will also receive a Mitsubishi Magna. You have until 4 p.m. today to register your vote.
Measurements 42 in the neck, 107, Sebastian. What makes a good suit? Well, it's the cut. And of course the skills in measuring. And the selection of material. Pants look good. Too long here. We'll have to shorten them. Style of trousers, fully pleated. Fantastic. Now we'll try the jacket on. Would you like to try that on? See the total concept.
It's a beautiful thing.
Oh, come on, Paddy. Very nice indeed.
We're living in a great big country. There's so much for you to do. And when we come together, there's a Diet Coke waiting for you. Waiting for you. Just one reason. Just one reason. Just for the taste of it. The caffeine-free taste of it. Diet Coke.
Yeah, you've really got me going. You've got me so I don't know what I'm doing now. Yeah, you really got me going. You got me so I don't know what I'm doing now. Oh yeah, you really got me going. You got me so I don't know what I'm doing now. You really got me.
Have you driven a Ford lately?
Television for tomorrow with Superflat Black Picture Tube. This is the one from Panasonic.
A dreaded visit to the dentist
I laugh in the face of pain.
becomes an experience of pleasure.
It's a work of art. She's a genius.
Has Harry met his match?
Don't be late, Harry.
A woman who'll finally trap him.
I'd like to talk to you about something.
And a decision stuns Doc Elliott.
I've made up my mind about the baby.
A country practice, Monday on 7.
Half-time in the 91 Grand Final. Hawthorn 7-12-54. The West Coast 7-2-44. Peter Sumich has 4 of those goals. Hawthorn kicked 4 goals, 8 in the second quarter and really did threaten to run away with this game, but some effective late goals by the Eagles keep them in it. Touch and go, wasn't it really, Roscoe?
It was. Those 2 goals by Lewis and Sumich, Sandy Lake, were very telling ones. The other important factor, Mick Malthouse made 8 moves in that quarter alone, and Alan Joyce just the 1. It did get them back in the game. They settled down a little bit more in that last part of that second quarter, Robbo, but Hawthorn still look in control to me.
Yeah, it was pretty exciting stuff, the early part, wasn't it, when the Eagles got away to 4 goals without Hawthorn getting their first goal. But looking at the statistics for the second quarter, I'd say Hawthorn probably were even better than that. Looking at the game, Ross, that they certainly had plenty of opportunities. I think you noted that they kicked, 4-8 in that second term. And the Eagles getting those late goals in the second quarter have given them some chance. They're only trailed by 10 points.
There's far more purposeful Hawthorn were at their disposal, no question of that.
I thought Lawrence early, he was beaten because he was standing too far back from the centre bouncers, and Irving gave the Eagles a bit of a start. Platten was very good early, and a couple of the players for the Eagles who were very, very prominent were Matera, and on the other wing, Main Waring has done very well.
Thank you, gentlemen. More than 70,000 fans here this afternoon, some of them obviously very hungry. We'll take a break. We've got some wonderful entertainment lined up for you. I hope you can stay with us.
At BP, we like to think our new service stations are the best in the world, which is why our special fact-finding team is constantly checking, as unobtrusively as possible, how well our stations are maintaining the standard.
Thank you.
We're pleased to say the results have been very encouraging. But why not come and check us out for yourselves? BP, on the move.
National Australia Bank's aim is to be the best bank in Australia by providing the best possible products, like these. The authoritative magazine, Personal Investment, has voted the National 1991 Bank of the Year for its outstanding products and services. That's why you're better off with the National. National Australia Bank, tailoring banking to your needs.
It's taken me 15 years to build up this business. Started out alone, and now I employ 70 people. I've had a few rough spots along the way, including 2 recessions. Tell you one thing, I'd have been in a lot of trouble without the Yellow Pages. By monitoring our calls, we found the Yellow Pages brings in more new business than all our other advertising combined.
Advertising in the Yellow Pages works.
I don't think it works, I know it works.
You got a smile so bright. You know you should have been a candle. You make me feel so right. There's nothing you can't handle. Well, you could have been anything that you wanted to, and I can tell the way you do the things you do.
That's our company boat.
Oh, very impressive.
Did you fill the bilge?
Yeah, I even wound up the winch.
King G Permanent Press handles anything with style, which helps when you're dealing with the public.
Looks like 2 trips.
Who asked you, fella?
Were you here till the second trip? Look, I run this place. I don't want accidents.
Don't backchat me, I know boats.
Do anything else for you?
King G Permanent Press handles anything with style.
What happened, guys?
Ladies and gentlemen, the Australian Football League is proud to present some of Australia's champions. Please welcome Australian cricket captain and the man who has made more runs than any other Australian batsman, Alan Border. Joined today by Australian cricket vice captain, Jeff Marsh. Golfing hero and the winner of the 1991 British Open, Ian Baker Finch. Ian is joined today by the current World Motor Pace champion, Danny Clark. Our Olympic marathon silver medalist and Commonwealth gold medalist 1986 and 1990, Lisa Ondiki. Joined today by her husband and the current world champion over 5,000 metres, Yobes Ondiki. Commonwealth silver medalist, winner of the Berlin Marathon in 1990, Steve Monaghetti. Steve is joined today by Kathy Freeman, Young Australian of the Year and Commonwealth gold medalist in the 4x100 relay. Representing the world of boxing, the winner of 3 World Boxing Championships and the only Australian to win 3 titles at different weights, Jeff Fennick. English British Channel swimmers extraordinaire. Welcome Lindy and Susie Moroney. Susie set the world record for the double crossing of the Channel earlier this year. World record holder for the 800 metres freestyle, 1500 metres silver medalist at the World Championships and winner of 3 gold medals at the Pan-Pacific Championships this year. Make welcome Kieran Perkins. Welcome the awesome foursome, winners of the World Coxless Fours in 1990 and 1991. Nick Green, Mike McKay, Andrew Cooper, and James Tompkins. The World Cup diving champion Simon McCormick, accompanied by fencing star, the current under-17 FA champion, Seamus Robinson. Tennis stars, Liz Smiley, 1991 Wimbledon mixed doubles winner, winner of 2 US Open mixed doubles titles, and Wimbledon doubles winner 1985 and 1990. Liz is joined by fellow doubles champion, John Fitzgerald. John is French, US and Wimbledon doubles champion 1991. Liz and John are the 1991 mixed doubles Wimbledon champions. 2, 3, 4. And now we are proud to welcome former world bantamweight champion Lionel Rose. Joined by guest, the Fighting Harada. And representing a wealth of champions, our Special Olympians. Paul Quick, the gold medalist 400 metres at the 1991 International Summer Special Olympic Games. And Brian McNichol. Brian broke the world record at the 1991 World Wheelchair Weightlifting Championships in the United States. And finally, the 1991 Brownlow medalist, Jimmy Steins. Please welcome Australia's famous marathon champion and current director of the Australian Institute of Sport, Rob De Castella. Accompanied by one of the patrons of the Paralympics, Angry Anderson.
Move, will you? Sport crosses all barriers and embraces all nations. Australia is a country rich in sporting pride and history. We are proud of our champions, and I'm sure I speak for all of you when I wish all of our Olympians the very best as they prepare for Barcelona bound for glory. We also extend our support to the City of Sydney in their quest to bring the Olympic Games to Australia in the year 2000.
Melbourne, let's show the world what we're made of! Bound for glory! Life's tough, so what? I'm alive. I've been down, seen hard times, I survived. You know, I learned these lessons at the school of hard knocks, and I know that life's worth living. Can't hold me down, can't hold me back. Sing, bound for glory. Oh, we're bound for glory. A heartfelt victory is a warrior's destiny. Bound for glory. Today we are. I fight and I win, 'cause I'm strong. Yes, we stand tall, our heads high, 'cause we belong. Yes, and I learned these lessons as the pain made me strong. And I know that life's worth living, so I know what's right, I know what's wrong. Sing, Melbourne! Oh, we're bound for glory. A heartfelt victory is a warrior's destiny. Bound for glory, you and I. Oh, you can't hold back the tide when it starts to turn. You can't go back, you can't turn back. It's a lesson we learn. Come on, Melbourne, sing with me. You know, I learned my lessons as the pain made me strong. And I know that life's worth living, so I know what's right, I know what's wrong. Bound for glory, sing it, Melbourne. Bound for glory, a heartfelt victory is a warrior's destiny. Bound for glory, you and I. We're bound for glory, bound for glory. Oh, we're bound for glory. On this Saturday, bound for glory, bound for glory. Oh, we're bound for glory, yeah. Bound for glory. A heartfelt victory must be a warrior's destiny. Bound for glory. We are Melbourne Solar. Thank you, Melbourne. Bound for glory. Thank you, Melbourne.
Please show your support for our Olympians going to Barcelona by giving a donation to the Olympic representative as you leave the ground today.
One side this afternoon is bound for glory. Who will it be? Hawthorn or the West Coast Eagles? The second half's coming up of the 91 Grand Final.
I love her for her eyes
terror.
When you first buy a home, you don't really own very much of it, do you? But if you have a Westpac home loan, you can own more of your home much sooner. You can reduce the term of your loan without increasing the amount of your repayments. You can even vary your loan at any time to suit your changing circumstances. Just talk to your Westpac branch about these and other ways you can own your home sooner.
You can bank on us. Remember how
Have a Westpac home loan, you can own more of your home much sooner. You can reduce the term of your loan without increasing the amount of your repayments. You can even vary your loan at any time to suit your changing circumstances. Just talk to your Westpac branch about these and other ways you can own your home sooner.
you can bank on us. Remember how it all began. Everybody said you'd go far. Welcome to America. Welcome to United's friendly sky.
United can take you to more of the United States than any other airline.
And where are you off to today?
We're going home.
Home. That's one of our most popular destinations.
The Nissan Pintara TI, with air conditioning, power windows, central locking. It's the ultimate in luxury.
The Subaru Liberty GX has all of that.
What about cruise control? Power steering?
Absolutely. The Liberty also costs less than your Pintara.
No, wait.
It has a 3-year, 100,000-kilometre warranty.
Yeah, but...
And it's fully imported.
That's my car.
Test drive the Subaru Liberty GX now. Nothing else stacks up.
Mobil presents Peter Brock.
Take an ordinary motor oil. Take Mobil 1. Start them at 35 below. Now push them to extremes until the oil temperature reaches 295 degrees. And only one oil survives. Mobil 1 for extreme protection.
Who's it going to be, the Mighty Hawks or the West Coast Eagles? Well, only one of these fantastic AFL Premiership Team T-shirts will be on sale in Kmart stores. Kmart have the exclusive on this genuine article, and at $15 and $20, they're great value. But remember, only one of these T-shirts will be available after the grand final. Kmart, Australia's leading sporting goods retailer. Get yourself a piece of football history.
Now the antenna's stuffed. Heard from Dave since he joined the Air Force?
Radar malfunction, Corporal 1.
Dave, we need a radar antenna. It's mission critical.
Nice call. Returning to base.
The Air Force?
Here's the problem.
It's the phase shifter. Now you take it, mate. It's fixed.
108, set to go.
3 years of college for this.
Way to go.
Welcome back, and while the pulse of Perth is throbbing, the streets are virtually deserted. Get in front of a television wherever you are in Perth and enjoy the grand final. That's what's happening at the showroom of the Burswood Casino, and also there is our very own Grant Retallick. So let's cross to Grant now, and I'm sure everyone on tender hooks with the second half coming up.
Yes, I can tell you. The Eagles supporters here have found their voices again. They went strangely quiet in the second quarter, but they've found their voice again. Can they win it?
Like Angry said, we're bound for glory. Eagles, bound for glory. I love you, darling.
The only Hawthorn supporter I managed to find, mind you.
Hawthorn.
I'll leave you with it.
I love darling. Yes.
Thank you, Grant. Imagine what it's going to be like if they get up and win today. Well, the Eagles are out on the ground for the second half. Not out on the ground, but searching his way throughout this crowd of over 70,000 is Gerard Healy. He's found our special guest entertainer, Daryl Braithwaite.
Thanks, Sandy. Well, Daryl, over nearly 80,000 people. How is the atmosphere out in the middle?
I reckon it's really tense. I mean, I've never been out here for the opening of the grand final, but God, I mean, I'd hate to be a player. It's just tense.
The electricity must have made the feedback a little bit tight.
Yeah, well, I've never done this before. I mean, it was amazing. I mean, it's been an honour and a thrill to sing here and to watch the game at close proximity. It's been amazing. And there's only 10 points in it, so I don't know. West Coast are looking good, I reckon.
Well, you've got a big tour.
Behind, but I still think they'll come up and maybe just win it.
Well, that's a fair prediction at this stage. You've got a big tour yourself coming up. Can we expect crowds of this magnitude?
Well, if I get this many on the Don't Hold Back tour, which starts in November, I'll be really happy.
Thanks very much.
Okay.
The Hawks coming out onto the ground now for the second half. Let's now cross back to Peter McKenna and Bernie Quinlan and see what news they have.
Well, I got into the Hawthorn rooms. It's typical Hawthorn. They let you in here. I was actually first into the rooms and very, very low key. They all sat around. They put their feet up on the benches. A lot of players getting rubbed downs. Johnny Platten seemed to be doing all the talking, saying to give it a good 10 to 15 of hard yakka, go in hard and unsettle the West Coast Eagles. Bernie, did you get in the West Coast rooms?
Well, I couldn't get into the rooms, Pete. I was trying to do a bit of snooping down in one of the alleyways where there was a West Coast official positioned, and when he saw me coming, he shoved me out of the way and pushed me back into the alleyway. So they're very, very tense down there in the West Coast Eagles room. But you could hear a few words from Mick. He was certainly roaring at the troops at half-time and urging them on for the big second half.
Well, I think it'll be a great second half. Back to you, Sandy.
And Peter McKenna, as we look at the individual stats, and we start with Paul Deere.
Very lively on the forward line. Great second term.
And West Coast, David Hart has got the job on John Platten. Last week, Hart picked up 19 kicks and had the solitary handball. He's had 11 possessions up to half-time.
John Platten going in very solidly, as he always does. Even spread of figures there.
And Don Pike, he's always got a job, and this week it's on a former teammate. It's Ben Allen. And he's picked up 12 possessions. Last week he had 21 for the game and was one of their better players for the West Coast.
James Morrissey, 17 possessions to half-time, has eclipsed Chris Lewis.
And Guy McKenna, the 1989 best and fairest for West Coast. He's had the honour of Jarman being taken off him, and that's a compliment.
So some of the individual stats there, the Hawthorn players grouping. Lockyer and Waters, the two that have come off for West Coast, and Collins and Anderson, the two that started on the interchange, coming off for Hawthorn. So viewers at every vantage point here at VFL Park and right around Australia, there's Collins and Anderson going off, so no change there. Repeating, Lockyer and Waters off. Lewis again playing in the goal square with Sumich. West Coast with the breeze.
Kemp's got Hudson too, Bruce.
Here's the West Coast bench. Turley in the centre square here. Start of the second half. Hawthorn 54 to 44. An exciting, tense first half. What will the third quarter unfold? Lawrence gets the first tap. Hart concedes a bit of ground off the ground. Brereton, the handball was okay to Platten. Platten inside, good. Hall's handball across to Hudson, quick hands. An important one for McIntosh. A Jarman cleverly. Gowers with a chance, a little one to Brereton. Brereton off the ground. Misses. Gee, Dom, what do you make of 4 points for Brereton?
Yes, Bruce, he had, in the first quarter, he had 2. He had 1 in the second, and that's his fourth.
7-13, 7-2. Brennan to bang it back in for West Coast. 2 Hawthorn players, Gowers and Condon, neither able to take the mark. Mainwaring is taking the big strap off the thigh for the second half. And again a throw in. Jarman back on the ground, McKenna again on him.
Not too many positional changes. Lewis in the forward pocket with Sumich for West Coast.
Bree is still very strong. Condon comes over the top. Jarman can't control it. Hasn't had a good day. And another throw in.
Back on the ground, taken off just before half-time, Jarman.
Irving and Deere this time. Deere, who's played so well, works his way in front. Clean possession. Gowers, brilliant pick-up. Took one high, but gets it to Jarman inside the 50. Pulls it back. Hudson. Clever kick, that one. And Hudson is only 30 metres out from goal.
Good build-up, and that's the way you do it. You open up the goal face by dragging the ball across the body like that. Paul Hudson has had a good season as a half forward. 60 goals and 47 behinds before this game.
Kicking at his second. It won't get there. In front. Brereton to Dunstall, 15 metres out, snaps and misses again. The margin out to 12 points now.
His second behind, 2-2. Jason Dunstall.
I think the umpire was going to pay that mark to Brereton to play on.
Not sure.
Again, Deere very good from a throw-in situation. Brennan, 12 points the difference, 12 more shots Hawthorn. Lawrence. Well, you get the feeling this man's going to be an imposing figure in the game over the next decade. Short. Well not so good. Mainwaring really worked hard, didn't he, to get back. Now McKenna goes to ground but gets it out Irving. You'd expect Platten to beat him for it, and he does. Platten from 70 metres squeezes it towards Brereton. Not a good kick. Worsfold takes it at the second attempt, the captain. Swings it wide. Dangerous handball, but now Kemp goes wider again. Turley takes off. Condon in pursuit. Good bounce for Turley. Sells a dummy on Condon. Then short to Hetty. Good play, West Coast. The build-up okay. Wilson short in the centre. Goes that way. Lewis provides a lead. Wilson kicks it to him very well. Lewis takes it from 50. Sumic in the square.
Lewis was off before Wilson had that ball. That's why he got away from Morrissey. It was a good lead. He really put a lot of faith in Wilson delivering the ball and also getting it. Chris Lewis.
Well, surely the advantage of the breeze is to kick goals from this distance. Saw Hudson miss much closer in a minute ago. Lewis lays back, kicks it strongly, hooks it a bit, hasn't quite got there. Jakovic takes off, no mark paid. Hawthorn look for a free kick for holding the ball, and Jakovic, who's claiming the mark and doesn't want to give the footy up.
It wasn't a mark, it had to be holding the ball.
Well, one or the other. John Russo in his second grand final, Brian Shearney's third. Lewis out of the ground, Platten caught by Hart.
That's why he's such a good player, Platten. Look at the little fellow there. He puts himself under the feet of those bigger fellows. He's always burrowing in. It's hard to stop a player who's so intent on the ball.
Talking about one of the best of all time, of course. Jakovic. Lewis missed it. Ayres dragged down around the legs. Tuck could have been taken high. Hasn't seen a lot of the ball today. And Lawrence drifting into the game now. He's at right half back. Towards the wing, Allen's in front, takes the mark. Interesting duel, that one, Allen and Pike. Allen, recruited from Claremont, towards the wing, behind, Waterman overran it. Deere in trouble, Hall though to Condon, 70 metres out from goal, goes looking for Dunstall, couldn't hang on, Kemp waiting in front, clears the zone, back towards the wing. Hawthorn 4-on-2, Lawrence again. Very nimble, the big man. Not a good kick, though. Hudson crashes to the turf. Kemp on his knees, away to Matera. Matera from half-back towards the wing. Timely fist from Tuck. Jakovic waits, measures the hand pass. Matera goes again to Turley. He's on the wing, centres it. Intelligent 2-on-1, but too much carry. And Morrissey read it best off the boot.
Has Pritchard loose. Lamb tries to cut it off. Pritchard, McKenna cleverly off the ground. Langford got a bad bounce. West Coast with numbers. Sumic overruns it. Kicks it off the ground to Morrissey. One of the best couple of players on the ground in the first half. Not a good handball. Pritchard caught by Matera. Hawthorn again with numbers here. Condon caught. Good tackle, Matera. Jakovic did very, very well. Pike off the ground. Flattened, but legitimately by Lawrence, who, as Dennis Committee so rightly said, is drifting into this game strongly and becoming a force.
Well, I thought Pritchard had to be holding the ball, didn't he, in the middle there? Just let it fall to the ground.
The Matera tackle. Here's Deere, who's so good in this situation. I wonder why someone doesn't run at him from the side, because you can't body him. He's too strong. Now Pike gains about 5 metres. Waterman, and again a throw in. So a quiet start here for West Coast with the breeze, trailing by 12 points. Michael Malthouse, mentioned as a player in 1980, successful with Richmond. First grand final as a coach. Took Footscray to third, but has gone even better here. Platten has been magnificent today. Centres it. Touched off the boot. McKenna sits and waits. Hudson. The handball to Morrissey. Left foot, he can kick this. He has put it through.
The first person to save for a rainy day was smart enough to take 2 of everything. So if you're saving right now, why not take 2 as well? An extra 2% per annum with the bonus saver account from Westpac. No other bank gives you a bonus 2% interest when you're saving for a rainy day.
Irving's off the ground, Lockyer's on, and he's going onto the forward line. Jakovic is on the ball. Platten's over the ball, as he's been for the best part of the day. And the ball up. The McGarry medalist in 84, the Brownlow medalist, the joint Brownlow medalist in 87. Bounce. Jakovic with a backhander, airs, claimed, scrambles it forward. Gowers deep in trouble there. Down goes Tuck. Mainwaring goes off the ground out wide. Morrissey having a wonderful day. Lewis with courage got in front. This is Wilson against the boundary line. Chips to the pocket. Jenkie's in the road. Eddie's drifted out of the game. More lack of opportunity than anything else. Jenkie out of the back pocket. Around the outer side. Mainwaring's mark? I think so.
He's done well, hasn't he, Mainwaring, considering the fact he's been out of the game for so long with injury.
8th kick to Mainwaring to full forward. Great try by Heady. Not paid. Thrown away by the Hawks. Mew, Hart and Platten. Hart was good early. Platten on top. Mew over the top. Lewis Ayres just got rid of him. And again, Brian Sheehan will come in and take control.
I want a few more efforts to West Coast like that of Brett Heady. Threw himself in regardless. Nearly took that mark.
Against the tide there, Heady. Lockyer in the front spot. Bit of a worry with Lockyer playing on the forward line. Lewis cleverly to Heady. Heady with a high one to the goal square. Oh, gee, is that a goal? I think it might be. It is. Well, Wilson kicked one in the first quarter, very differently to that, and Heady's kicked another. A miraculous goal, and Don, if ever West Coast was going to be ignited, that might do it for them.
Well, he did a terrific effort before I mentioned the fact the way he threw himself in, Heady. He is a good player. That's his second goal. He kicked a long bomb in the first quarter, and he has kicked goals, or bag full. He kicked 7 against St Kilda back in round 15, so he is a good player, Brett Heady.
I get the feeling the Eagles need a handy lead at 3/4 time. Over 2 goals at least. There's Lawrence towards half forward. And it will be a Hawthorn free to haul, held by the arm. He's in the true centre-half forward position. He's played in one Hawthorn premiership side. He played in the premiership in South Australia with Glenelg. Dunstall, he's gone. That's got to be holding the ball. Well done by Brennan.
It was a good tackle.
Brennan's free kick. The defensive side of left half back.
Here it is. You watch here, Brennan just putting the arm out and just getting Dunstall and slinging him to ground. No chance to get rid of the ball.
High towards the wing. Ball bounces back into the fallen pack. Platten again in the back. The work face pushed in the back will get the free kick. So Platten, his 19th possession upcoming. Barking the instructions. Inspirational player, this man. Don't know what he had for breakfast, but I bet it wasn't quiche. There goes the kick from Platten inside the attacking 50. Back goes Deere. Clever mark. He'll be about 40 metres out from goal when he kicks. Dunstall indicating right there.
He really does lack backmen, Michael Malthouse. He just can't shut these forwards down.
Deere. Not a good kick. Worsfold in front. Fists away. Gowers. Pursued by Mainwaring, close to the boundary line, still a battle. Gowers over the ball, back to Brereton.
From half forward, takes an opponent on in Lamb, then bangs it to the goal square. Deere there with a chance, and does it again. Play on. Should have been paid that. Surely a mark. Well, he had first grab, second grab, third and fourth, I reckon. Let's have another look, Don.
Well, here it is, off hands, I believe.
I think the umpire indicated it was touched by Worsfold off the boot. He pointed back.
It's out on the full now, and Hudson to bring it back in.
I think that was the story, Bruce. He was pointing back to Worsfold, who dived at Brereton's boot.
Well, if that's the case, a good call. But Deere appeared to take a clean mark. Hudson deep in the pocket. kicked 1 goal today. It's Mr. Couple. Tries the check side, misses are behind. So Hawthorn peppering away, dominating as far as shots concerned. 13 more shots and lead by 13 points. Brennan to bang it back in. Goes to half back.
Over the top, Mew. Very good mark. Chris Mew, the veteran. Assessing the options. Goes for distance towards the pocket. Brereton. Great grab.
He had to sit on that occasion, Dermot Brereton. Came in from behind. Watch this on replay. Gets away from Worsfold, but the player set in front, Brennan, and Dunstall bustling for position. They really didn't get off the ground.
Important kick, this one. Margin currently at 13 points. It was 10 at half-time. Hawthorn getting a grip on this game now.
Yet to kick a goal, Brereton. He's kicked 4 points.
What can the champ do? From 35 metres out, stabs and kicks truly.
Where do millions of jets, helicopters, planes, trains and trucks go when they're low on fuel? The same place you do. BP. BP on the move.
69 to 50. Jakovic has gone on to Deer. Turley misses it. Hudson off the ground. Main Waring's mark. No 50-metre penalty. Hawthorn by 19 points. Wide to Lockyer. Started the second half on the interchange. Inside to Kemp. Kemp's left foot. Heady squeezed it to him. Heady on the left foot. Chips it cleverly. Turley should take it. Does. Should go back and have a shot. With the breeze behind him, he's got a loose man, McIntosh, on his own in the goal square. Now closed off. So Don Jakovic to the back line, McIntosh to the forward line.
Better move because McIntosh has just been outbodied by both Brereton and Deer. He's just not strong enough.
Turley from the pocket, drop punt, good kick by Turley, drifting at the last minute. Missing. Looked all right off the boot, looked a chance in the run.
West Coast not out of this, Bruce.
3 goals, but with the breeze, Dom. The kick's a beauty by Langford to Mew. The lights were turned on in the second quarter. It's very dark here. To centre wing, Condon and Kemp. Kemp hassles him, bustles him. Condon still with it, a ball in.
Well done, Kemp.
Don, they really need 4 goals in 7 minutes like they produced in the first quarter.
Yes, but the game, as we know now, it's very, very offensive, and that margin of 18 points is really not much as far as Hawthorn's lead is concerned.
Lockyer got rid of Lawrence, smothered by Allen. Lamb's little kick, Ayres and Heady. Heady attacked left, right and centre. Tuck gets a kick, a high one. Lockyer's got to sit and wait and keep his eye on it. Punches it to half forward. Wilson with a bit of space round the body. A dive by Jenke was pretty good. A quick kick to Allen at centre wing. Goes to play on.
He's gone. The umpire signalling play on.
West Coast slow to react there. Jakovic out-bustled. Deer, who's playing magnificently, to Condon. Dunstall's the target. The kick to the pocket. Dunstall will try and turn his opponent inside out, squares it up. But Mainwaring, who's had a very good third quarter, to take the mark. Mainwaring to play on. Bangs it very wide. Looking towards Lamb. Gee, it was a great kick. Lamb should come inside and go on. Goes over to Lockyer. Maybe not the best option. They're going very wide here. Lockyer quite slow. High ball towards half forward. Sumic trying to get into the play. Kicked 4 goals in the first half. Mew. A little too easy as far as West Coast is concerned. And Lawrence, who's been the dominating player, play on call from half-back.
Towards the wing, Mainwaring favoured. Still he goes. Mainwaring across the ground. Matera has drifted out of the game. Runs forward at the centre square. Chips it out wide, and the mark is held by Heady. Well, they desperately need a goal here. Brett Heady will kick from just inside the 50. He's got 2 this afternoon.
He fancies himself because Sumich was by himself away from Langford. He got it away quickly. Heady. They could have capitalised West Coast. But he let one go from 60 metres, 55, 60 metres in the first quarter and kicked it.
Rhett Heady kicks and kicks very well.
You can do it with McEwen's, 'cause we've got a million things.
Save $20 on a Makita grinder, just $99. Makita's 235mm circular saw is now only $239. Save $26. Save $16 on Makita's orbital sander, only $79. And a 10mm hammer drill is just $89. Save a powerful $20. McEwen's super money savers. You can't buy them for less anywhere.
You can do it with McEwen's, 'cause we've got a million things.
17 possessions now for Chris Mainwaring. Back in the middle, Lawrence. Allen battling against Pike. Lockyer's over the ball. Allen with courage dives on top of it. And the bounce. Inside the last 10 minutes of the third term. 9:15 plays 9-3. Umpire Sheehan puts it down. Lawrence misses the ball. Lockyer will get a free kick. He can kick it a long way, Andrew Lockyer. Distance required here. Wilson breaks for it. It's a massive kick. They'll contest on the 50-metre line. Big pack. Wilson couldn't hang on. Morrissey has been superb. Jenke now. Matera does well. Still Matera. Just outside the 50. Matera goes long, inaccurately.
Gee, that was a great effort by Matera. He was out of position then. It was just pure speed that got him the ball. His work on playing a little tighter on Pritchard to be a better player.
Pritchard a bit quieter now, but Matera with a couple of important plays in the last 2 minutes. Mew goes wide, looking for Gowers. Mainwaring. He and Lawrence have had tremendous third quarters. Mainwaring up to 13 kicks now. This is number 13. Too far out. 65 metres. Bangs it to the goal square. Sumich. Morrissey. Throw in the pocket. Well, he's got to be high in the voting for the Norm Smith medal for the best player on the ground, Morrissey. Right there with men like Platten and Deere at this stage. Here's Lewis. Still Lewis for goal.
He's done it.
He's kicked his second.
What makes the Magna a real winner is that it's a totally integrated engineering package that works well, looks good, is relaxing to drive, and is sensibly priced. You can't ask for more. The car has all the inherent style, the dynamic sophistication, and the package size commands the success it so richly deserves.
Well, it's a grand final that's building and building now. 69-64, Condon out of the centre. Do the Hawks have the answer again like they've had most of the day?
Lawrenson.
To Gowers. There's a fight in the centre square.
Lockyer.
Deere gives it away beautifully. Condon should kick it easily. They've answered again, the Hawks. There's the fight going on. But the important play was at the other end, with Condon running into an open goal at 10-15 to 10-4. Not a good sign for West Coast that Hawthorn could respond so quickly.
And here's the goal, but whilst all this was going on, Lockyer and Lawrence were at it in the centre square. Condon will finish it off again. Deere involved. Good 1-2. But Lockyer's got to put himself more in at this centre bounce. He really didn't jump aggressively at that last bounce down. Hall off the ground. Anderson on for Hawthorn. He's got to line Lawrence up and jump into him.
Vintage Hawthorn for their 10th goal. Lockyer casting the role of a ruckman, actually roads that one. They scramble after it, and there'll be a ball up with their Achilles heel. They're rucking during the course of the year by and large, especially against bigger opponents. Hurting them again today, the West Coast Eagles. They're improvising. Lawrence gets it down. Condon, Allen, away to Anderson. Kicks inside the attacking 50. Oh, courage there from 4 players. They scramble after it. Deere shovels it out. Jankovic has grabbed it now. Boots to the outer side. Wing Tuck goes back and takes the mark.
There's Morrissey running if he wants him. 39th final. 11th grand final. Bangs it to Deere.
He's the problem, Bruce.
Yes, he's been the problem for a lot of teams this year. Kicks that to the goal square. Worsfold looks for a free kick going the other way to Brereton. Well, this could really be significant here. The captain giving a free kick away in the goal square to the kid, hanging on to his arm, then Brereton hanging on and looking for a free and getting it.
Isn't it amazing? The umpires have let a lot of that go on without being penalised through the season, and at a critical stage like this, they pay it.
Well, Brereton to kick his second for the third quarter, and Hawthorn to really stretch this lead again. He does.
He was more than a world champion. To every Australian, he was a true hero. The kid with the sunshine smile and lightning fists. But there was more, much more to his story. There were the women who wanted him, the woman who loved him, the men who exploited him, the man who stood by him. Before Fenwick, there was a great Australian hero, and now his story can be told in all its courage, pain, laughter, love and truth. Shell presents a great television event.
81 plays 64, just over 6 minutes remaining till three-quarter time. Steve Lawrence looking intense as Hawthorn are trying to deliver the knockout punch here now. Condon, who's been instrumental in getting it out of the centre on the last 3 occasions, tried again. There's Wilson over his head. Morrissey against the flow, knocked on by Wilson, taken by Lamb, probing kick down towards the kickoff line. McIntosh appeared to be held, running away from goal, pushed off the kick superbly. Great defence there by Mew. He boots it out wide. It's running towards the boundary. Anderson content to get it across. Chris Mew. Wonderful balance, body to body. Simply too strong for McIntosh. There's the throw in. Lawrence in front. Ayres over the top. Pumps it back out of bounds. The experienced players coming to the fore now for Hawthorn. Wait for the throw in. Lawrence has done very well. Nicely to Condon, away to Pritchard, towards the wing. McKenna, wonderful mark.
He's done well today, hasn't he, Guy McKenna?
Centre wing was going to give it to Pike, then goes round Jarman. Inside to Kemp, again McKenna. Bangs it towards centre half forward. Heady wrestling with Jenke. The 2-1's Jenke clearly. At this very minute, his sister's captaining Victoria against New South Wales in an Australian netball final, so it's a big day for the family. Mew. Geez, players, Dennis said a minute ago on McIntosh was terrific.
McIntosh now on the half-back line.
Well, he's been everywhere, Don, today. Here's Hart. Should kick it accurately to the centre. Does. To Lockyer. Can stretch it wide to Turley. He does. Who can go all the way here if it sits. Can go right in and kick a goal if it sits quickly enough. Should run and attack. Doesn't really. Chips it off to Heady. Cleverly in the end. And Heady, the man who can kick them.
Jakovic off now. What's happened is McIntosh has gone back onto Deer. Waters has come on and he's gone half forward.
And Jakovic has had a tremendous final series, but not so good today. So Jakovic and Irving sitting alongside one another. Well, Heady's kicked 3. And to say that West Coast needs this would be telling you the obvious. Trailing by 17 points. Kick one from the other pocket a moment ago. This one's tougher. Drop punt. Leans over it. Looks to have kicked it very well. Has.
Look who's losing now.
It's great in spring carnival time, you know, the people pour in, but the next day it's like a desert.
As the race crowds fall, so does the turnover.
But the bookies want the law changed so they can take phone bets from off-course punters.
Bookies Bag, a 7 Nightly News special report, Monday.
A forced landing in the Canadian wilderness.
Can you just take me to a big city?
And a desperate search begins for a mystery sister. Sky High concludes Sunday.
Centre square infringement. So Lawrence takes the resultant free kick and boots towards half forward. Off hands it, runs behind. Waterman out of his own defensive area. Back to midfield. Lawrence uncontested. Drops the mark. In trouble now. No tuck on the assist. Feeds it wide. Mew will go again. Made it awkward for Morrissey. Knocked away by Lewis. Taken by Heady. Down towards full forward. Big play this one. Back they go. Langford leads in the race and through it goes for a minor score. I can say that this breeze is backing around. It's starting to go across the ground. More drama then. Under 3 minutes remain in this third term. New drops the mark. He's at right half back with ample time. Settles. Intended for Anderson. Punched away by Kemp. It's out of bounds and we'll have a throw in. What about that breeze? It certainly has started to go across the ground.
Gee, I wonder who's standing mute, Don. I mean, he had a paddock there, didn't he? Some loose check by West Coast.
Play, Bruce. Collins has gone to the half-forward flank, being picked up by McKenna.
Inside for Pritchard. Quiet third term after a terrific first half. Mew off one leg to the centre square. Off Deer's leg. Waters caught. It's had a disappointing day. Hawthorn force it forward. Brereton cleverly. Condon's been a big success in this third quarter. Ducks, turns, weaves and kicks it to Hudson in the pocket. Can't take it. And it's going to come off Brennan for a throw in.
Mew's by himself too. I'm just watching Mew. There is nobody picking Mew up at all. Now Mew's playing at centre half back. There he is.
Well, no wonder he was loose. Now, this is where Deer can be very good. Body to body. He usually wins out. That time he pushes McIntosh. Brereton looks for half a free kick. Deer cleverly with strength to Anderson. Oh, great kick for a goal. Look at that one. A beauty.
On Hinch next week, an exclusive report on Princess Diana's feud with her stepmother.
10 of the Van Dykes have gone.
And why did Diana allegedly steal the family bed linen?
Nothing allegedly about it. She was sprung. She was caught red-handed.
Our special royal watcher takes us behind the scenes.
I feel rather sorry for the Queen.
They're selling off the family treasures and family name. The furor has split Britain's aristocracy.
And they're all ending up on the Hinch programme.
Next week, exclusive to Hinch.
Instinctive football getting that last goal, aided by strength for the Hawks. This is Allen, confronted by Lamb. Down he goes, knocked on by Ayres. Pike's got it now, and the Eagles start to run. They're going goal for goal at VFL Park. This is Pike, 60 metres out. Long bomb. Heady is going back, not required. It's a goal. What a grand final. The two heavyweights of the competition are slugging it out. 10 points the margin. Hawthorn lead. Just over a minute remaining in this third term. Good
What a great tackle by that Lamb on that occasion. And watch this kick. The only thing you can be critical of here is that Sumich has made the lead. Now, forwards don't know when to lead when a guy's bouncing the ball in that fashion. But Pike, equal to the task. What a magnificent kick. Did it himself. They won't be denied, the West Coast.
Marvellous game of football, this one. Befitting a grand final. Lawrence to Gowers, virtually straight up in the air. Anderson, valiant attempt. Turley's got it. Strong tackle, Platten. McKenna feeds Matera. Smothered off the foot by Lawrence. The players doing the right thing now. They're programmed for this. Lewis, they've got a 3-on-2 situation, the Eagles. Off the ground, though, by Jenke, saves the day.
That was great play by Jenke because he was outnumbered.
Gowers and Mainwaring. Mainwaring should leave it for Lockyer. He's caught in the end and goes. Langford on the up, Gowers from half-back. Rain just lightly falling here. Pritchard centre wing, inside 30 seconds now in this third quarter. West Coast must deny Hawthorn here. They trail by 10 points. Condon to half-forward, missed by Hall. Pike's handball to McKenna. It was Anderson who missed it. McKenna from half-back, centre wing. Heady with a big fly. Now Jenke sits and waits, steadies. Drop punt okay. Condon. Big game, Condon. 14 kicks, 10 handballs now. It's his 14th. Well, siren will go any second. There will be no further score in this third quarter. It goes now. So the scene is set. The stage has been constructed for the final term. Hawthorn lead by 10 points at 12-15 to 12-5.
How are you? Oh, good. What number? Yeah, what'll be, fellas? Foster's light, thanks. So, yes, time to move to a new one. Oh, no, just hang out, mate. I don't know what. Happens every time. Yeah, I like that too.
Only one light beer goes over the top for taste. Foster's Light.
You can do it with the Kewins, 'cause we've got a million things.
$20 on a Makita grinder, just $99. Makita's 235mm circular saw is now only $239, save $26. Save $16 on Makita's orbital sander, only $79. And a 10mm hammer drill is just $89, save a powerful $20. McEwen's super money savers. You can't buy them for less anywhere.
You can do it with McEwen's, 'cause we've got a million things.
For 150 years, Manchester Unity has been protecting the financial well-being of Victorians. Even in these tough times, blue chip Series 2 bonds have earned a bonus rate of 11.6% tax paid. Manchester Unity. Nobody could care for your future more.
Help me! You gotta help me! Let me in!
Let her in! Okay. I'll hold this, hold it.
Chocolate, I think.
Now the antenna's stuffed. Heard from Dave since he joined the Air Force?
Radar malfunction, Cobra 1.
Dave, we need a radar antenna. It's mission critical.
Nice call. Returning to base.
The Air Force?
Here's the problem.
It's the phase shifter. Now you take it, mate. It's fixed.
108, set to go.
3 years of college for this.
Way to go.
Coles have reduced over 6,000 items in every store across the state, in line with our new low price policy. A policy that goes far beyond weekly specials and cash cuts. This is not a one-week wonder. This is a long-term commitment to lower prices. The Coles new low price policy is here,
There you go.
and it's here for good.
Three-quarter time in the 91 grand final, 10 points the margin, but Hawthorn coming home with the breeze. The Hawks, 12-15, 87, Paul Deere, Dermot Brereton and Jason Dunstall each have kicked 2 goals. The West Coast Eagles, 12-5, 77, Brett Heady, 3 goals in that quarter for a game tally of 4. Peter Simic has 4 and Chris Lewis has kicked 2.
Today's game is part of the Carlton and United Breweries 1991 AFL Premiership season.
Michael Malthouse talking with his charges, asking for one desperate final quarter if they are to taste glory. Alan Joyce, very brief, spoken to his players and has left the ground. We've seen some great marks throughout the year. Of course, as you are now aware, we've cut it down to just 5, and the winner of our Mark of the Year competition will be announced at the conclusion of today's match. Of course, looking ahead to tomorrow's Sports World tomorrow morning, and of course the aftermath of all today's football. We've got a big day of racing in Sydney. It's George Main Stakes Day. Lionel Rose and Fighting Harada will be our special guests, and the BMWs prepare for the great race at Bathurst. Well, we've got more than 70,000 fans here today, and right now Gerard Healy has a fairly keen Hawthorn supporter with him.
Mr. Bob Hawke with us at the present time. Mr. Hawke, at the start of the game, you expected Hawthorn to win in a close one. What's your thoughts at the present time?
I think they're pretty well placed to win now. They both kicked 5-3 in that quarter, which favoured West Coast Eagles with the breeze, so it was a pretty good defensive quarter by Hawthorn. So I expect them to win, and I hope it continues to be a fairly close game. I think you've got to admire the West Coast Eagles, the way they hang in there, Gerard.
Yes, you certainly do. You get to many special sporting events. This one must hold a real special place in your diary.
Yeah, there's something special about an AFL Grand Final, and normally we have it at the MCG, but I think this has provided a great atmosphere here today.
There's a great celebration of the whole of Australian sport at half-time.
Yeah, it's we've got a lot to be proud of, a hell of a lot to be proud of. For a nation of 17 million people in a world of 5.5 billion, we do a bit better than our numbers would suggest.
Well, it's not long until we get back to the action. Thanks for having a talk.
It's been good. Thanks, everyone.
Let's join Peter McKenna and Bernie Quinlan.
Alan Joyce said that forget about the win, to get in, to do what you did in the second quarter, go in hard, get control of the ball, keep it in the forward line. He said, you've worked all year for this last 30 minutes of glory.
Yes, and Mickey Mulder said it will take an enormous effort in this last quarter for the Eagles to get up. He realised it's a big task against this breeze, but he said, you are good enough to do it, and make sure that Peter Matura lifts on that wing. Also, Jakovic has got his chance at centre-half forward.
So Pritchard with the first kick. Deere again, who's been superb all day, goes for goal, and touched by Dunstall, doesn't quite get there for a behind. Irving and Waters, the two players on the interchange for West Coast. Didn't pick the Hawks up, but I'd fancy it'd be Anderson and Collins. Any changes, Don? Have you noticed anything? Have a look.
Just that Jakovic has gone to centre-half forward.
Brennan's kick. Lawrence from the side. Pritchard able to keep McIntosh down. Hawthorn leading by 11 points in the grand final. Lawrence has kicked the full forward. Deere goes in, and Brereton in the front spot.
Well, there were three Hawthorn players in the vicinity when that ball was dropping. Worsfold was outnumbered, and that is not a good sign. There's Deere flying, but look at Worsfold. Platten there as well.
He's kicked 2 goals since half-time, Brereton. 2 goals into the breeze in the third quarter. Premierships in 83, 86, 88, 89. One of the most celebrated careers as a team player in the history of the game. And from point-blank range, should not miss, and puts it through for number 3. So the Hawks start well. They get the buffer. They get the break. And now it's up to the West Coast at 94-77.
Well, since quarter time, they just played catch-up football the West Coast. They allowed Hawthorn to come back in the latter part of the first quarter. That was critical. Brereton, very inaccurate early. He's kicked 4 points. The high ball from Lawrence allowed him to kick his 3rd goal. He's got 3 goals for Brereton. And it's a great effort because he is under a cloud. He's got a knee injury. He's played with one just about all year, so it's testament to his courage.
So the margin is 17 points. Back in the middle. Lockyer collides with Lawrence. Condon, who's done so well on the centre square, trying to force his way through Kemp. And then Lawrence knocking it out wide, taken by Anderson. A high floating kick towards half forward. Oh, Collins, superb mark. Magnificent performance. Collins chips it intended for Allen. Closing on him, Pike. Runs free behind, it's taken by Pritchard. This for a premiership, perhaps. It's home. No, right on the line, it's been marked by Brereton. Well, the Avalanche is gaining momentum now, and Brereton at point-blank range has a chance to perhaps end the resistance once and for all. Brereton relishing the situation. Kicks. It's a goal.
When I buy a van, it has to deliver. And I mean deliver. This Mitsubishi Express does it better than ever. It's got tons of power, loads of space, and all the creature comforts. But at the end of the day, I'm running a business, and I have to make money. That's why I buy Express.
100-77. Hawthorn, the only team this year to kick 100 points against West Coast. They did that in the first of the finals matches, and they've done it again today. Worsfold just 6 possessions. Jarman on the interchange. Looking for a free kick, Main Wearing. West Coast need 3 goals in a hurry. Heady goes to ground. Mew goes to ground. Hawthorn get it. Lawrence gets it to Gowers. Gowers goes to half forward. Deere, who's been a colossus today, to Condon. Condon towards the goal square. Hudson at centre-half forward. Well, it's all happening, and it's happening for one team. It's Hawthorn.
Already kicked one, Paul Hudson.
.45 metres out, directly in front. Bread and butter shot. Drop punt. Goal. Shut the gate. Well, just about. 2 to Hudson, 15-16 to 12-5. And in the space of 5 minutes, Hawthorn has kicked 3 goals.
Lamb coming off the ground, Irving coming on for the West Coast. And Hudson, one of the most improved players in the league. He's really come from nowhere this year. 60 goals, 47 behinds before today. Terrific effort. Irving going down in the forward pocket for West Coast.
Jakovic on Deer, so Malthouse making changes left, right and centre. Allen out of the centre. One-way traffic for the moment. Collins, who's waited all day to get a touch and took a big mark a minute ago to set up the Brereton goal. Worsfold. Has he been moved from Brereton? Yes, he has. McIntosh back there. Throw in at centre wing.
There's the skipper. Boundary throw in. Deer with the left hand. Almost a throw from Collins, taken by Kemp. Forward of his own half back line. Enormous pressure. Collins scrambles a kick forward. Allen held a long time in the tackle. Down goes Platten. Kemp going nowhere. Allen on all fours and a whistle eventually. Final lunge there by Kemp. Alan Joyce looking at 2 out of 2. There's the bounce. Deer. Collins put his body in. Pritchard goes off the ground. It comes back to him. Hurried kick over his left shoulder. Anderson keeps it in. Just inside the 50. Pulls it back towards the kickoff line. Brereton in front. And through it goes for a minor score.
Margin up to 5 goals. The biggest so far today. Well, they've celebrated through the 80s with their 4 premierships and 3 in the 70s. They haven't had long to wait in the 90s by the look of it. Hawthorn. Brennan. Jakovic the target. Spoiled from the back. Main Waring, who had a spectacular 3rd quarter. Jenke beats Hetty for that one. Jenke bangs it back towards the pocket. McKenna against the flow. Has been West Coast best player. Good kick to Matera. No one to kick it to, though. Just Hawks in front of him for the moment. Has to wait and stop. Then with pinpoint accuracy, gains only 20 metres to Waterman. What can West Coast conjure from here? Waterman to centre wing. Pike outnumbered. Allen. Hawthorn working hard. Off the ground by Kemp. Hetty runs it out with Lawrence for a throw in at centre wing. Hetty with his 4. There's Dwayne Lamb. Scott Waters alongside of him. They've both had insignificant afternoons. Look at that. 16 to 4.
Lawrence behind Kemp. And now Pike on the wing. Gained about 30 metres or so. Knocked on by Lewis. Crashing in there was Ayres, and he gets it across the boundary line. He started superbly this afternoon, Gary Ayres. It's been a fine defence. And they're getting ready to party, you sense. Those Hawthorn supporters. There's the boundary throw in. Hart towards centre half forward. Sumic puts his body in front. Ayres superbly done once more. Gowers to Platten. Towards half forward goes the kick. Knocked away by Lockyer. The man they've been unable to stop over the ball. Deer tries to slap it out to accommodate Collins. Down goes Waterman. He's getting a free kick. Waterman in his own half-back line. 15-17 to 12-5. The Hawks have slipped away now. Waterman from half-back towards the wing. Hetty in front. Jenke over the top. Ayres again. Eyes only for the football. Down he goes. They wrestle after it. Coming through Jakovic. And he pushes the ball across the boundary line.
There's just no run at all from West Coast. When that ball came out of defence, they were looking for something. But there's nothing, just statues in front.
Well, they kicked the first 4 goals of the game, West Coast. They trail 15 to 12. And a lot more points than that. Lawrence. Pritchard caught. Good tackle by Worsfold, but it'll be a bounce down at centre wing.
Irving's going to be moved. Simic is going back to full forward. Irving may come out to centre half forward.
So Michael Malthouse ringing the changes, hoping for a miracle. Tuck. Turley. Free kick to Hawthorn.
Against Lewis on Tuck. These Hawthorn players just prepared to put their body between their opponent and the ball.
Old father time, Tuck, 38 years of age. Brereton at the back of Hudson. Lockyer.
Oh.
Poor performance. Deer again gives these chances up forward to Pritchard. Well, Deer's just killed them, hasn't he? He's been fantastic.
I just wonder why Matera has been left on Pritchard.
Pritchard's had 16 and 3, Matera 11 and 3. But again, it was Deer's strength on it to set it up. A mistake by Lockyer. And Pritchard, well, he really should kick it. He's only 30 metres out. 50-degree angle. And any chance West Coast might have, or has, should go with this kick. It does.
How are you? Oh, good. Hot enough, Brent? Yeah, what'll be, fellas? Boss is light, thanks. So, yes, time to move to a new office. No, interesting, I don't know. Happens every time. I like that too.
Only one light beer goes over the top for taste. Foster's Light.
Just off, off the ground. Waters back on. 16-17, 12-5. And Pike with a free kick.
And Platten was getting treatment by the trainers just as that goal was being kicked.
Pike kicking towards half forward. Matera knocking on. Turley inside the 50. Vacant goal square. How will it bounce? The wrong way for the West Coast Eagles. Too little, too late. 12-5, 16-17 inside the last 17 minutes of the season. Carl Langdon, helpless, just watching on. Langford, meantime, boots in. Wide towards left half back. Valiant work by Mainwaring. Gets it out of bounds, so a throw in.
Tried hard, hasn't he, Chris Mainwaring, especially in that third quarter.
The ball in right half forward. The team that's trailing. Mew. Wide of the pack, Waters. Running away from his own goal initially. Across his body, Morrissey. Play on's the call. Morrissey almost the mark. Slow to get up, Guy McKenna. And another throw in. Mainwaring likewise, very slow to his feet. Mew, brilliantly done, down to Anderson. And the Hawks are lasting better than the youngsters. On the wing, clash of bodies. Condon, a valuable player, goes off the ground down towards left half forward. Brereton, look at the spring in his step as he approaches the ball. He's thinking premiership now. Knocked away that time by McIntosh. Hart emerges with the ball. Matera loose on the wing, can take it and go. Well shepherded by McKenna. He boots down towards right half forward. Wilson under the ball. Heady behind. It'll take a good kick from here. He measures the pass. Too much carry though, intended for Sumich.
It wasn't Sumich interfered with. He's injured now too.
Langford comes away, clears the zone, back to the wing. McKenna knocking away from Lawrence. Lawrence does very well. Tries to get it to Gowers. It's out of bounds. Sumich seems to be okay. He's hurt but on his feet. And Langford is still on the ground.
And here it is. Now this is where the infringement should be to Sumich. See how he's pulled the ground by Langford. And Langford also hurt himself in that exchange of bodies. Another angle.
No, I don't think it's a kick.
Hart and Lewis, centre wing. Well, the heady kick wasn't very good anyway to Sumich.
Langford is in the hand of the trainers now. Physiotherapist Barry Gavin out there. John Kilpatrick, trainer.
And Mew's gone back for Sumich. Just to plug the hole. Irving clearly to Turley. Turley from 50 metres with a short one. A good kick that time to Jakovic, who takes the mark. 16-17, 12-6. One of two 18-year-olds on the ground today in the final. The other McIntosh. Both important players in West Coast running the finals. Just a little overwhelmed today. Jakovic from 40 metres out, hooked it across his body and misses very badly for a behind. 12-7, 16-17. The captain looks on. Chris Mew. With a bounce. Platney's target, Hart with him. Hart wins this time. Ayres, who started magnificently, to Brereton. Well, some luck there, but Ayres and Brereton, two of the superstars of this Hawthorn team.
Long probing kick once more behind Hudson. Appear to be taken high. Gives it to Dunstall. 15 metres out. Dunstall kicks another one.
Probably thinking the only reason I bought this Dishlex dishwasher is because it's so incredibly good looking. Really? It's because it's so quiet. And I just love the sound of my own voice. That's why it's called Dishlex.
Television for tomorrow with super flat black picture tube. This is the one from Panasonic.
So the break is too large now, and that man knows it. John Kennedy and Alan Jeans both coached Hawthorn to 3 premierships. Kennedy in 14 seasons, Jeans in 9. And what about Alan Joyce? 2 from 2 as Condon goes towards half forward. Free running ball. Collins comes to meet it now. 60 metres out from goal. Dunstall has the drop. He goes back in front. Brennan's fallen over. Dunstall deep in the pocket. Measures the options. Pulls it back. It's a goal. Oh, what a classic. to 12-7. And that, my friends, is the icing on the cake.
Well, his 4th goal, Jason Dunstall. Since his injury this year, he really hasn't kicked a bag full, but this is a great snapshot. Watch this. Here he is battling with Brennan. Deep in the pocket, over the left shoulder. A great effort. Let's hope he's fit next year because he is capable of kicking bags.
6 goals to Hawthorn in the last quarter. Ayres. Well, it's a celebration now. Gowers. Dunstall goes. Waters.
Lamb about to come on for West Coast.
Matera gets a bad bounce. Pritchard. Hudson. Matera over the top of Hudson. Play on call. Hawthorn charging away to their 9th premiership. All since 61, and 8 of them now since 71. They were the most successful club in the 80s, and equal with Carlton in the 70s. Deer, Platten off the ground. McIntosh, quick kick. Jenke, like a racehorse, takes off, charges towards goal, kicks it long, hits the post. Don, they're really enjoying it now. The pressure's off. It's been released, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, they're just doing as they want, aren't they? It's just a matter of time. What is going off for West Coast? Lamb about to come on. He's gone on and off the bench today, Scott Waters. So has Dwayne Lamb for that fact.
Lockyear's kicked the centre wing. Turley up early. Missed by Matera. Taken by Deer. The handball misses the body. One of the very few mistakes he's made. McKenna to Mainwaring. A bounce. And a second one. And now Matera mops up.
This is Pike alongside the centre circle towards centre half forward and Sumich. Langford gets a fist on it. Ayres again. Impenetrable. He goes towards the outer side. Gowers takes the mark out there. Andrew Gowers winning a place late in the season. And now part of the premiership side. Centres it to Mew. He's been along this road a few times before. Chris Mew. Long kick. Platten over the top, waiting behind Dunstall. And he's taken the mark. It was untouched. Big leap from Platten. Didn't reach the ball. And now Dunstall will kick from about 45 metres out.
What's this in replay? Platten flies. Did he interfere with the West Coast player? I think so.
Dunstall kicking at his 5th. Looks good. Another one.
Tonight is huge, starting at 6:30 with a monumentous main event.
Very, very tasteful.
And at 7:30 on Celebrity Family Feud, you can't beat Matt Stevens.
I've got a real humdinger.
Watch out for Celebrity Wheel of Fortune because Effie's on the prowl.
How's it going, baby?
Then at 8:30.
What the hell do you know about
it was to become our soldiers' finest victory. The epic story of the Light Horseman. Then the sensational 2010.
There's something down there.
A huge grand final day and a huge night to follow tonight on 7.
132 to 79. The Hawks was 7 goals in the last quarter. Geelong holds the record with 8 goals, 5 in the last quarter of a grand final. That is under threat now. There's not much else under threat except the scoreboard with Hawthorn attacking. Lamb to Pike. Wide to Wilson at centre wing. Short left footer, not going very far. Lawrence able to cut it off in front of Worsfold.
He's come into the game since half-time.
Big opening in the third quarter. Impressive statistics from the Knock Ruckman, 15 kicks. Waits his time, looks for Paul Deere, who's been a giant today. Anderson back to Deere. Round his body with a high one. Hudson's there with Collins. Gee, no competition. Hudson caught, brought to ground by Irving. Waterman's quick kick to Matera. An element of luck there as Irving and also Hudson behind play and Platten. Matera's kick not very good, but falls into the arms of Heady. Sumic provides a lead. So does Worsfold. Kicks it to Worsfold at half forward.
Scott Waters about to come on again.
Well, how could you be settled playing a game like that? Heady to Sumic, good kick, should mark. Misses. Langford mops up. Symbolic of what's happened in this game. To Anderson. To Brereton. Exhibition here. Sells a dummy. The kid with a left footer. Condon.
Wilson coming off for West Coast, and Waters will go to the half-forward flank. Ayres picking him up.
Anthony Condon. Torpedo punt. Kicked it a long way from behind. So 1-2 for Condon. And Hawthorn with all the answers. 133 to 79.
It's becoming very clinical now as Lockyer kicks in towards the outer side. It pitches in front of Gowers and runs out of bounds. So the margin 54 points. Hawthorn's biggest winning margin in a grand final, 96 points in 1988. Their smallest, 7 points in 1971. Hawthorn so good out of the centre square this afternoon. Boundary throw in. Celebrations well and truly on in the outer now. Kemp comes away from half-back towards the wing. Lawrence touches it and it goes out of bounds. Alan Joyce. The pressure's gone, well, almost. Final minutes of the season. 7 remain in this game. Lawrence wins it down. Gowers to Allen. He goes off the ground. Down towards the attacking 50. Quick hands from Platten. Sends Condon into space. Hard against the boundary line. Kicks to the pocket. McIntosh and Brereton. It's taken away by McKenna, who's played so well. This is Kemp. Untidy looking kick, but effective. And Hart's got it.
Into the centre square. Heady and Jenke. Jenke thumps it away. Lawrence. Oh, gee, with the elbow.
Oh, excuse me. Well, at least the umpires are consistent. He was reported on that occasion.
To be honest, Don, it wasn't so much malicious, but just...
well, it was there. It was similar. It was similar to the one that got Hinckley reported the other week.
Oh, sure. I mean, he's elbowed him in the face. But
and, at least they're consistent, the umpires.
Matera with a free kick. Lawrence with his number taken.
It's amazing you used to be able to do those years ago, Dennis, and get away with it.
I'll take your word for it, Don.
Matera's kick. Lawrence thumps it away. Worsfold sits and waits. Then untidily out towards Waterman and puts him under pressure. Able to break the Ayres tackle. Bangs it down to Langford and Sumic. Sumic gets rid of Langford cleverly.
Just pushed him under the ball at the critical moment, Peter Sumic.
A la Paul Deere. He's done that so often today. Sumic, who started in a blaze of glory with those 2 goals early on after 50-metre penalties against Langford. Had 4 goals early in the match. And lining up for a 5th. From 45 metres out, straight in front, into the breeze. Drop punt. And looks to kick the goal, and has.
Look who's losing now.
It's great in spring carnival time, you know, the people pour in, but the next day it's like a desert.
As the race crowds fall, so does the turnover.
But the bookies want the law changed so they can take foam bets from off-course punters.
Bookies Bag, a 7 Nightly News special report, Monday.
Hello, welcome back. This is Today on NBC. I'm Brian Gumbel. Just updating now. Fast forward 8:30 p.m. Thursdays. 8:30. Can we check that?
19-19 to 13-7. Irving gets it down. This is Pike towards half-forward. Good-looking kick. They'll contest about 30 metres out. Morrissey knocks it away. Ayres cleverly. Langford claimed by Sumich. It comes back to Ayres. Puts it out wide. Gowers and Mainwaring. Gowers pushes it across the boundary line. That's been an interesting duel. Gowers 23 possessions. Mainwaring 19 possessions.
Incidentally, that was Peter Sumich's 111th goal for the season. His first year he kicked 45 goals. That was in 1989. Last year 90, and now 111. Good effort.
McKenna again to Worsfold, back on the ground. Kicks inside the attacking 50. Sumich left it behind. Langford, down he goes. Allen, Pritchard is battling in there too. And there'll be a ball up. So a bounce about 50 metres out from the Eagles' attacking goal. Pritchard up very slowly. He's taken the honours from Peter Matera this afternoon. Sumich intended for Heady but wide of the mark. Gowers to Allen. He scrambles it out wide where Waters leads in the race.
Collins with him. Waters in the pocket. Goes back to Lamb. Round his body. Tuck. Bangs it back. It's going to break all the records today, Tucky. To Brereton. To Mew. Some of the most famous names in this famous club. To Dunstall.
See, the advantage of playing in front, you saw that with Brereton. When there's a missed kick, you're always going to take advantage. He's just putting his body between his opponent and the ball, which is coming down the ground. It wasn't a good kick by Tuck, but he was in front, took the tumbling mark, and now it's finished up with Dunstall. Not pretty football, but very, very effective football.
On the 50-metre line, he'll kick it from. Just outside, Dunstall leans back, kicks it straight through. 6 goals.
Will the pop stars of the 60s reveal their fashion secrets?
I had the biggest bell bottoms. I still got the Diamante shoes that Daryl lent me.
Does the home and away team have anything to reveal?
Name something you do without clothes on.
I've got a real humdinger, but I'm going to leave that for someone else.
Find out on Celebrity Family Feud. Then at 8, there's plenty of reasons to watch Celebrity Wheel of Fortune. Featuring Jo Beth Taylor, Andrew McFarlane, and Effie from Acropolis Now.
How's it going, baby?
Have fun with the stars tonight.
2019 plays 13-7. Irving wins it down, taken by Turley. Michael Tuck's in there, standing over Turley. Quite a contrast in experience. Michael Tuck, 426 games. That's a lot of liniment. Bounce alongside the centre circle. Irving to Pike. Hurried kick towards half forward. Ayres superbly done once more. Oh, brilliant stuff. Ayres goes off the ground, but only as far as Matera. Feigns a hand pass. Gets by the tiring Ayres. Runs to 40. Goes goalward. Looks good. Oh, he's missed. Not by much. Wrong side of the post. And the Eagles, the wrong side of the result.
His third point, Peter Matera.
James Morrissey wide. Pritchard the target. Matera comes in. Pritchard around him with a bounce. Up to centre wing. Brereton. What a great comeback it's been from that knee injury, which kept him out of the game against Geelong. Deer. Kemp. Lamb. Brennan to Hart. Short to McIntosh. Waterman crisscrossing here to Matera. Waters very short. Heady the target. Jenke will sit and wait and go now. And does. Ayres with him. Waters. Heady to ground. Turley. Some tired legs there. Remembering West Coast playing in their 4th final here in 27 days.
It's an interesting matchup now, Turley and Tuck, because that's exactly how they started the game. Turley has gone in other positions to try and plug holes, and then they've finished up with one another again.
gets a fist on it, sends it straight back out of bounds. Well, the West Coast Eagles, the season's top qualifiers, will finish the season 21-5. That's not good enough. Alan Joyce is coming down from his coaching box now. This game is in the bank. And yet another premiership goes to Glenferrie as Condon kicks it around the outer side. Leading back in the race is Lockyer. Coming to meet him is Platten. Intended for Hudson. Mainwaring battling with Hudson. It spills out of bounds.
Platten try a deflection on that occasion, Dennis?
No, he's too tired for that, I think, Don. Deft coaching performance by Alan Joyce. 2 out of 2. He's only lost 9 games as the senior coach at Hawthorn. Yes, terrific. Still he goes and wanders towards the boundary line.
Matera to Mainwaring. Last right's being played here inside the final minute. Mew sets himself Worsfold. Morrissey, one of the very best for Hawthorn today. Gets rid of Lewis, kicks it to Collins, who had to warm the bench for so long. Must have been chafing at the bit to get out there, and when he did, he took a big mark and set up a big goal. That one missed by Anderson. Worsfold. Can West Coast kick the last goal in the last 10 seconds? It's doubtful because Morrissey's onto it. 5 seconds remaining, and look at this, a paddock for Gowers if it sits. Taps it over to Allen as the siren goes now and the Hawks win.
Great to see Dermot Brereton talking with Ashley McIntosh, no doubt realising what a fine young player he's going to be. But the spoils with the Hawks. Down last season, disappointing season. This man installed as coach his second time around, previously as a caretaker, and they've won a resounding victory, one of their finest. Let's go down to Peter McKenna now.
Gary, it must be fantastic. You've been through it many times before. Just as good.
Oh, it's been better, mate. It's even better. They wrote us off halfway through the year, and we certainly showed them today, mate. It's not bad for a bunch of old hacks.
The young players too, weren't they fantastic?
Yeah, Stevie Lawrence, Ben Allen, Anthony Condon, Andy Gowers, all the guys showed a lot of courage today.
Gary, Paul Deer's performance.
Oh, superb, mate. Absolutely fantastic.
Congratulations again. A great game yourself. Tremendous.
Well, they call him Conan the Barbarian. He's been in 5 premierships now, Gary Ayres. Hawthorn winning 13 out of their last 14. Look at Joyce and Ayres together. After 12 rounds, they were 6th and 6th and 7th place. And they've won 13 of the last 14 to take the premiership off this team, who at some stages through this season must have felt that they were the top team in the competition. Number 1 for 24 weeks. But the Hawks have been able to take it from them. Don, they had so many good players.
Well, they did, Hawthorn, but just let's spare a thought for those West Coast. There's not a worse feeling in football than to run second. You might as well not have played the whole season. It's a shocking feeling. I've got a lot of sympathy for them. I've been there myself, and it's just the worst experience I have ever experienced in football. Let's hope that hardens them up and they come back stronger next year.
Well, they will, I'm sure.
Well, if they're doing it by degrees, they were 3rd last year, 2nd this season. Hopefully that trend continues.
Well, it took Hawthorn 34 years to get into a grand final as a club. Well, West Coast have been there in a much quicker time. And you talked about the Joyce record. It is remarkable. He's won 2 night premierships and 2 day premierships in 2 seasons of coaching at Hawthorn. And those figures that you mentioned about Kennedy and Jeans, 2 legends before him, who won premierships. I think 3 and 14 and 3 and 9 you might have mentioned. And now 2 and 2 for Joyce. Well, it was a victory that halfway through the season you wouldn't have expected. Chris Langford, who had the job on Peter Sumich, is with Peter McKenna.
Chris, just as good as ever.
I think this probably takes the take, Peter. I think we've had a fairly low approach this year, and fantastic way to finish it off. We've been very successful, obviously the Eagles, and for us it was great. Yeah.
And a terrific battle again between you and Peter Sumich.
Yeah, I was disappointed with the start that I let him get off to, but they made it a hell of a fight for the rest of the day, and he's a good player. And big marks to him to kick 5 goals on the losing side.
The experienced players on the back line. Gary Ayres, they must be terrific to play with.
Oh, that's fantastic. I think the effort some of our blokes here all through the game with the tackling, the pressure, and just throwing themselves in was just brilliant.
The young players were great too.
Yeah, Stevie Lawrence and Benny Allen, Hutto, those guys. It's great for them, so young, to play so well.
Congratulations, Chris. Go and enjoy the celebration.
Good on you.
Let's go down with Bernie Quinlan, who has Alan Joyce.
Yeah, I have the victorious coach here, Alan Joyce. Alan, they were fantastic today, a magnificent performance.
Yeah, they were, Bernie. Very proud of them today. We have to play like that to beat them, and they were magnificent. Thank you.
Totally committed. Well done, Alan.
I think Alan's pretty keen to get over and celebrate with the players. That was one of the quickest interviews. But they did it so superbly, really. 8 goals to 1 in the last quarter. There's Tucky. 7 premierships. Don, you've played with him on these occasions. I mean,
well, I didn't even think he's ever going to play league football. When he first came down, he was a shy, introverted fellow. And when you used to say hello to Tucky, he was like a turtle. He'd pull his head into his shoulders, turn his back. But
you probably frightened him.
Well, I think a lot of people frightened him. There was nothing of him. There was just nothing of him, just like he is today. But he's got there, and it's a fantastic effort. What a because he put in years, not years, but he put in 2 years in the reserves before he got his go. So he wasn't a walk-up start.
Well, I think he played 50 reserves games, and he's played 426. Michael Malthouse and John Worsfold. They say, Dennis Cometti, sometimes you have to lose a big one to learn how to win one, and West Coast have been there now.
Yeah, just interesting, that conversation between Worsfold and Malthouse. You get the feeling already the season has started next season.
They're planning for something else.
He's making a point there to Worsfold, and that's all you can do in this situation. I mean, they really carried the hopes of an entire state, but they were outplayed by one of the great teams. Let's go down to Dermot Brereton now with Bernie Quinlan.
G'day, Dermy. Well done again. Another magnificent performance by the Hawks.
Yeah, very lucky again, aren't we? We're very fortunate being in this side.
I don't think luck comes into it. They worked very hard today. They were totally committed.
Yeah, I feel a bit sorry for Eagles. They were the best team throughout the year for sure, but they weren't the best team in the final. So they'll learn from that, and they'll probably be the side to beat next year.
Grand final experience comes into it a lot, doesn't it, Dermot? And you've certainly had a lot of that over the years.
I think so. They're if I was in their shoes, I wouldn't have kicked with the wind in the first quarter because it takes a bit of nerves. There's the nerves there, and it takes a bit of settling down and getting used to it. So they weren't going to kick many with it, whoever kicked with it in the first quarter. So work hard into the win first quarter and then take full advantage of it 2 quarters later on.
All right, thanks, mate. Enjoy the celebrations.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Well, he's 27. He's played in 26 finals and won 5 premierships. Let's go down for the presentation for the 1991 premiers.
Premier, Lord Mayor, we've watched a fantastic game today, and we should congratulate the West Coast Eagles for putting up a marvellous performance on the arena today. But to the victors go the spoils, and we've seen a marvellous grand final again by the Hawthorn Football Club. Congratulations to Hawthorn. The winner of the Norm Smith Medal by unanimous decision, Paul Deere of Hawthorn. To present the medallion, David Cloak, Richmond champion.
What can I say? It's just a dream come true. Thanks a lot.
To present the Premiership Cup to the captain of Hawthorn, Michael Tuck. May I introduce to you the ex-VFL Chief Executive and, of course, one of the instigators of the building of this marvellous stadium, Mr. Eric McCutcheon.
Well, before Eric McCutcheon presents the cup, I think he also would love to present the Premiership medallions to the following Hawthorn players, and I know you'll give them a big welcome up here. Number 1, Ray Jenke. Number 2, and what a fine comeback, Chris Mew. Number 3, Anthony Condon. Number 4, Andrew Collins. Number 6, Tony Hall. Number 7, his 5th premiership with the Hawks, Gary Ayres. Number 8, Dean Anderson. Number 11, Darren Jarman. And number 12, and didn't he play a great game, Stephen Lawrence. Number 13, you've already seen him up on the dais, Paul Deere. Number 15, Ben Allen. That is Ben Allen, by the way. Number 16, Andy Gowers. Number 18, Darren Pritchard. Number 19, and he got the goals when they mattered, Jason Dunstall. Number 23, the kid who's now a veteran, Dermot Brereton. Number 24, another great game from Chris Langford. Number 33, his father played in the Hawks Premiership in 1971, and he's done it in 1991, Paul Hudson. Number 35, and didn't he hold things together in that first half, James Morrissey. Come on, Jamie. Number 44, the Rat, Johnny Platten. Playing in his 11th grand final, well, the indefatigable Michael Tuck. And what about it to the coach, his second premiership of the Hawks, Alan Joyce. And I think we're set now for the presentation of the 1991 Premiership Cup.
I would just like to thank Mr. Chairman and the members of the AFL Commission for the opportunity given me to participate in these proceedings. I have great pleasure in presenting the 1991 Premiership Cup to Hawthorn.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like firstly to pay tribute to the West Coast Eagles on their performance today and their performance during 1991. Unfortunately, in this game, there's got to be a winner and a loser in the last one like this, and they were magnificent competitors today, and I suppose we've levelled the score with games this year. But to the players of the Hawthorn Football Club, you are magnificent today, and thank you to all the Hawthorn supporters. Thank you.
Well, I guess you'd like to see them do a lap of honour, would you? They've had a hard day at the office, but I'm sure they can raise the effort.
So a magnificent performance by Hawthorn. Michael Tuck.
Michael, would you take the boys?
The evergreen Michael Tuck. 38 finals and yet another winning one. When will he stop? This has become commonplace for the Hawks in recent times. Gallant in defeat, however, with the West Coast Eagles. They leave the ground. Hawthorn continue to savour their victory. The Hawks begin their lap. The Eagles will look to 1992. Paul Hudson, I'm sure there'd be no prouder person than his father, Peter. And what a comeback by Dermot Brereton. Unsettled by injury. He's had the odd problem at the tribunal, but he's bounced back. I'm sure the Eagles will bounce back too in 92. Brett Heading heads away. Guy McKenna, Stephen Nash. But it's a day that belongs to the Hawks. Their fans jubilant, and rightly so. What a performance by Lawrence. And Paul D, you can see number 13, the Norm Smith medalist. Chris Langford, a fantastic game in defence. This crowd paying them the tribute they so richly deserve. The Rat, Johnny Platten. Another tremendous finals game by him. The celebrations for Hawthorn have just begun. We'll be back to continue them shortly.
When I buy a van, it has to deliver. And I mean deliver. This Mitsubishi Express does it better than ever. It's got tons of power, loads of space, and all the creature comforts. But at the end of the day, I'm running a business, and I have to make money. That's why I buy Express.
You can do it with the Q-Ones, 'cause we've got a million things.
Buy 2 4-litre cans of Taubman's Easy Coat Low Sheen Vinyl and you can buy 4 litres of Taubman ceiling paint for just $1. Buy 2 4-litre cans of Easy Coat Low Sheen Vinyl at $33.95, save $6, and you can buy 4 litres of Taubman ceiling paint for just $1 extra. McEwen's Super Money Savers. You can't buy them for less anywhere.
You can do it with McEwen's, 'cause we've got a million things.
Who's it going to be, the Mighty Hawks or the West Coast Eagles? Well, only one of these fantastic AFL Premiership Team T-shirts will be on sale in Kmart stores. Kmart have the exclusive on this genuine article, and at $15 and $20, they're great value. But remember, only one of these T-shirts will be available after the grand final. Kmart, Australia's leading sporting goods retailer. Get yourself a piece of football history.
National Australia Bank's aim is to be the best bank in Australia by providing the best possible products, like these. The authoritative magazine, Personal Investment, has voted the National 1991 Bank of the Year for its outstanding products and services. That's why you're better off with the National. National Australia Bank, tailoring banking to your needs.
We use Yellow Pages to tap into our future market. We wouldn't be without it.
Yellow Pages is helping us increase our client base.
It's the easiest advertising for me. One ad keeps the phones ringing for a year.
Yellow Pages is critical to the success of a new business.
The way things are these days, I think Yellow Pages is even more important.
It's worked way beyond our expectations, and that's money well spent.
Advertising in Yellow Pages works.
We'd perish without it.
Rex Hunt's Fishing World. Learn those professional secrets that makes the difference when you drop your line in the water. Rex's passion for fishing covers all aspects of the sport. The tackle, product review, what's biting and where. Travel all across the state and beyond in search of the big one that doesn't get away.
So let's head them up and move them out, boys.
Nissan, BP and Ray's Tent City presents Rex Hunt's Fishing World following tonight live Fridays.
Just repeating our final scoreline in the 91 grand final. Hawthorn, 20 goals, 19, 139. They booted 8 goals, 4 in the last quarter. Jason Dunstall finished with 6, Dermot Brereton 4. The West Coast Eagles just 1 goal, 3 in the final term, 13-8, 86. Peter Sumich contributed 5 and Brett Heady booted 4. But the day belongs to the Hawks. With me, Ian Robertson and Ross Glendinning. I guess for you, Ross, a touch of sadness, but what a gallant performance by Hawthorn.
Oh, not so much sadness, Sandy. I just think that certainly Hawthorn with a far better side. A great lesson for the Eagles. In fact, Ian Robbo mentioned during the course of the game, the Eagles could certainly be the team to beat next year. What a great experience for them it has been, particularly for the likes of McIntosh and Jakovic, Robbo, who had been playing so well. And they got caught out today a bit, but they'll learn an enormous amount from that. Yeah, I think, Ross, you really have to go through it. And once you've lost, it's a great idea that the losers stay out there and watch all the glories. I think it was introduced maybe 10 or 12 years ago by one of the opposition coaches who unfortunately lost the game. But that's what you're after. That absolute unbelievable exuberance, excitement, pleasure. I mean, the feeling in the Hawthorn, it is just an incredible feeling. They're on top of the world because they've worked at it for about 10.5 months. Yes. And their team, look, their team spirit is enormous. When you watch those guys go up onto that podium and get their medallion, every one of them gave the fella coming down a tap on the backside, a tap hello, and that's what wins premierships, in my opinion, is the spirit of the team, the spirit of the club, and you can't beat Hawthorn for that. It's fantastic. Everyone admires it and respects it and is in awe of it. My word.
Right, thank you, gentlemen. As you know, throughout the last few weeks, we've been conducting our Mark of the Year competition. You're invited to phone in throughout the afternoon, and I'm sure you've done that. Let's firstly have a look at the winning mark.
Roving Schwass. Chance for North. Up towards the edge of the goal square. Allison. Allison! A mark! A sensational mark by Brett Allison.
I think without doubt a very popular choice as the winner of our Mark of the Year, Brett Allison of North Melbourne. He just kept on climbing. A fantastic grab, and our winner in our Mark of the Year competition comes from Mooralbark in Victoria, Drew Williams. of Russell Avenue, Mooralbark, Victoria. Congratulations to you. You are the winner of our Mark of the Year competition. So there's yet another winner on 7 Sport. As fans begin their celebrations, we'll take a break and return shortly.
It was a week where things got out of control.
In the metaphorical sense.
Oh, that's easy for you to say.
Not a pretty subject, Steve.
We'll press the red button now. So beam us up, Scotty, because we'll be talking to guests like Mickey Rooney, Nigel Kennedy, the Nelsons, Richard Marks and Julian Clary.
Happy days are here again.
On Tonight Live.
Kellogg's Nutrigrain, protein for muscle, Iron Man power. 50% of daily vitamin needs.
B1, B2, C, wheat, oats, corn, rice, iron.
Iron Man strength. Iron Man energy. Iron Man food.
Iron Man.
Kellogg's Nutrigrain, Iron Man food.
As the track cams showed the 1987 Great Race from a tyres perspective, the weather didn't look good. Peter Brock, however, did.
Slick tyres on. He's in third position.
Yeah, I think he's made a slight misjudgment there because the track is still very greasy.
Peter Brock defied the odds to win on Bridgestone tyres and chalk up his 9th victory at Mount Panorama. Another great moment at Bathurst from Bridgestone.
Forehand cross court.
Sport isn't arrogance. Sport isn't fashion. Sport isn't gimmicks. Sport isn't life and death. It's time to get back to basics. Everything that is essential and nothing that is not.
How about dinner tonight?
Who, me?
Yes.
Well, who with?
Me?
You?
Yes. Just you and me.
Sounds great. I can't. Mum's doing a lamb roast tonight. You never guess what
Don't tell me. You gave up dinner with Tom Cruise for this.
Well, what's the damage, Keith? It's $40 each. 40? Well, how much have we got? We've only got 50. Here's ours.
Okay, guys, money.
Look, yeah, we've got a problem. No, you've got a problem. I've got a problem. Well, it's pathetic.
Listen, here. This is the last time we use my card, okay?
Okay. Yep.
Connecting the electronic services some of us take for granted is one company, Australia's Telecom.
I was going to buy these for you, Leanne.
And you probably thought we were just a phone company.
Friday on 7. The awesome Heroes in a Half Shell are lean, green and coming to your screen.
I love being a turtle!
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Welcome back. We're still at VFL Park. There's a couple of former Hawthorn champions. John Kennedy, nearest camera, and in the glasses behind, Gary Buckenara, who, of course, really did excite everyone in that number 11 Guernsey. Well, Hawthorn will be delirious after yet another premiership, and I guess one man at the helm who's been working so hard towards this aim is their chief executive, John Lawrence. Here he is now speaking with Peter McKenna. Pete?
Well, John, they never cease to amaze you, do they? Tremendous character shown once again.
Yes, they're disciplined on and off the field, Peter. They show tremendous character. You know, in the last 9 years, they've played in 12 grand finals, and they've won 9 of them, 5 day and 4 night, 75% strike rate. What more can you say about them? They are sensational.
And the coach, Alan Joyce, 4 premierships in 4 goes, not a bad...
That's exactly right. He came in after Alan Jeans had the aneurysm in 1987. Alan coached us in 1988, won the night flag, the day flag. He went out for 2 years. He's come back this year and he's won the night flag and the day flag. So he's undefeated.
Well, we all know about Gary Ayres and Chris Mew and Chris Langford, all the experienced ones, but what about some of the performance of the younger players?
Yes, they have to do their apprenticeship at Hawthorn, as you know, and you see these young players coming on, the Paul Deers and the Stephen Lawrences, that type, Paul Hudsons, Benny Allens. You know, they're the basis of Hawthorn for the future, and we're thrilled with them.
You must have been worried in the first quarter, a few indiscriminate free kicks, and but again, the character to come back.
I was more worried about our inaccuracy. We were really squandering chances earlier, but we had a lot of the ball. And, you know, I was confident at half-time that we were in there with a great chance of winning.
Probably for the first time in a long time you've had all your good forwards in the one side together without an injury too.
Yes, it is. We've had our ups and downs, Peter, over the last 2 years with injuries. But apart from Greg Deere, we had a full list to select from, and I think our key forwards and our flankers played very well today.
Well, congratulations again, John, and enjoy tonight.
I'm sure we will, Peter. Thanks very much.
Yes, I don't think I've seen John Lawrence look so relaxed right throughout the season. Well done. They deserve everything. And of course, what an extraordinary record by Alan Joyce after taking over from Alan Jeans. He's played in 4 premierships, 2 Foster's Cup night finals. He's won both of those, and now after his second stint of a day final, blow me down, it's a 100% strike rate. Tremendous performance. We'll take a break. More shortly.
Hello, Peter Mitchell looking ahead to 7 nightly news at 6. Complete coverage of the AFL's biggest day of the year, all the colour, all the highlights. Also an historic day as George Bush announces plans to cut the world's nuclear weapons stockpile. A toddler in hospital after another bull terrier attack, and the hunt for clues in the Cherie Beasley case. Full details right after the grand final coverage.
Nobody knows news like 7.
The first person to save for a rainy day was smart enough to take 2 of everything. So if you're saving right now, why not take 2 as well? An extra 2% per annum with the bonus saver account from Westpac. No other bank gives you a bonus 2% interest when you're saving for a rainy day.
Ruffles are specially cut for crunch. And in the new foil pack, they're fresher for an even bigger crunch. New Ruffles, cut for...
Now you and your family can always keep in touch with a Telecom Telecard.
I've got to go. Bye.
Here, use our phone.
Using the numbers on the card and your private PIN number, you can use any phone, anywhere, and have the charges billed to your home or business account.
Yeah, hi, darling. I'm missing you both.
For your own peace of mind, call 008 032 032 now for more information.
Same old town.
Telecom Telecard. Any phone, anywhere.
Well, Kellogg's cornflakes, I've eaten them since I was a kid, and so have my parents, and my children, my grandchildren. It's pretty good tuck, good stuff. I think Kellogg's cornflakes is about the best breakfast cereal you can get. It's seems to start you off well through the day, a fair bit of substance and that in it. And I think it's pretty hard to toss, most probably the best product around.
Kellogg's cornflakes, because the simple things in life are often the best.
Staking out her house is not enough. He wants more.
Get out of the house. See what I want. Get out of the house.
Richard Dreyfuss, Emilio Estevez in Stakeout, Wednesday. A woman's tragic death.
Oh my God.
Uncovers a tangled web of lies and corruption. In the heat of the night, 9:30 Tuesday on 7.
Undoubtedly the best big man on the ground was the owner of the number 12 Guernsey for Hawthorn, Steve Lawrence. Here he is with Peter McKenna.
Well, Stephen, it must be like a dream come true for such a young player born in South Africa, is that right?
That's right, Peter, yeah.
And your dad a former Test cricketer, they tell me. It must notice in the last quarter you're still running just as hard as in the first, and it must be a testimony to your fitness.
Well, yeah, I felt fit really all year. We did really hard pre-season, and at the time I didn't like it, but it's paid off now. But it was really a mental thing. I think I had a resolve to really make sure we were going to win in the last quarter, especially with the wind, after we'd contained them for the third quarter against the wind. And I worked really hard. I think especially for the first 15 minutes. After that, I started to sort of run out of legs.
And the experienced players must be a tremendous help to have around the ground. Dermot Brereton and Gary Ayres, these sorts of guys.
Yeah, well, Dermot hasn't really had a great year, but he played a very good game today. And Ayresy and Tucky and Chris New and the older players, Chris Langford, those who've been around for a long time, have been a great influence as far as affecting the younger players with their approach to the game. There hasn't really been too much fuss about it, too many nerves. It's just another game, although it's a big game, of course. But yeah, they've been really, really invaluable as far as being around.
Well, Stephen, a magnificent season. Congratulations, and you have thoroughly deserved that premiership medal and contributed a great deal today.
Thanks very much, Peter.
Yes, he certainly did. A fine performance by Steve Lawrence. From one Steve to yet another, Stephen Phillips has been roving the grounds, and he's found a number of personalities, including our very own Steve Vizard and Jennifer Kite. Stephen, welcome.
Thank you, Sandy. Jennifer and Steve, what did you think of the game first, you, Jennifer?
I thought it was a fantastic game. Very good.
That's because she was barracking for Essendon the whole game. She couldn't work out. She was working out where Simon Madden was.
Well, the band was in red and black, so I had someone to follow.
Yeah, she was barracking for the band at the tops. The guy standing there, but she was wondering what those instruments were for. Of course she did. No, she didn't.
He's just very, very happy because his team won.
The game was going live to Central America. What do you think the people in the Honduras were thinking?
I think they were pretty impressed with with Lionel Rosen fighting Harada at half-time. I thought, did you see the suspension on the vehicle was touching the ground?
And Angry Anderson was at his best. It was a pretty good day.
It was magic. And little Johnny Platten, Paul Deere, tremendous performances. Darren Hinch started the day fantastically. He bet that Hawthorn would be the first team on the ground, so he's lost $10 before the siren's gone already and continued to lose it for the rest of the game. So it was a successful day all round, I thought.
Jennifer, I suppose since you first went to a football match, Michael Tuck's been trotting around, and he'll be doing it at your last game.
Oh, not my last game, but it was a fantastic effort, and I think we should say that the Eagles did a great job as well.
OK, thanks, Jennifer. Thanks, Steve. And back to you, Sandy.
Yes, thank you very much, Stephen, and I'm glad they both enjoyed the game. Unfortunately, Darren lost his money. Gerard Healy's also been searching out VIPs. Of course, we had a number of our greatest sportsmen and women on parade at half-time, and he's caught up with Kieran Perkins.
Well, Kieran, it must have been a great atmosphere out there at half-time.
It was fantastic, actually. It was a ginormous crowd compared to what you get to some of the rugby league games up in Queensland, and just the atmosphere was brilliant.
You must have enjoyed the game?
Oh, it was great, yeah. It was really tight, I thought, for most of the game until Hawthorn sort of pulled away a little at the end there, but it was very tough and fast, and it was quite enjoyable.
3 gold medals at the Pan Pacific Games. You must be really looking forward to Barcelona.
Definitely, yes. My preparation so far has been great. I start back training again on Monday, actually, and ready and raring to go, and looking forward to a good 10 months of hard work.
Who do you think were the best players today?
Put me on the spot here. I thought Peter Dasumi had a pretty good game. Dermot Brereton, he came home pretty well at the end there. I thought his final quarter was really good. And of course, Michael Tuck, he played well throughout the whole game as usual.
Well, thanks a lot for having a chat to us.
Yeah, that's fine, thank you.
Kieran Perkins, and of course, looking ahead to more sport, the NBL season playoffs are well underway. It's a big day tomorrow. Geelong plays North. That game is in Geelong with Drew Morfitt and Bill Palmer. Wherever you're watching around Australia, check your local guides for details. And then the following Sunday, we head to the mountain, live from Bathurst. The Tuies 1000, that is Sunday, October 6, all day. But wherever you're watching, once again, check your local guides. Well, something that has become an institution on Grand Final Day has been the WEG poster. 1991 is no exception, and naturally enough, it is the Hawks for this season. A magnificent collector's item is that. That is the WEG poster, premiers for 1991, and I'm sure all Hawthorn fans will be very keen for the premiers t-shirt. Of course, the Hawks, and it is available at Kmart on Monday morning. We'll take a break. More shortly.
Kellogg's Nutri-Grain, protein for muscle, Iron Man power. 50% of daily vitamin needs.
B1, B2, C, wheat, oats, corn, rice, iron.
Iron Man strength. Iron Man energy. Iron Man food.
Iron Man.
Kellogg's Nutri-Grain Iron Man food.
Real meat, real taste. Doesn't your best friend deserve Goodo?
Well, it's a hungry time where people kiss the ground. And the higher you go, that's where the food is. Just for the taste of it, refreshing taste of it. Diet
Well, Charles, you're catering officer. What's for dinner tonight?
Steak Parmigiana.
Oh.
I take a beautifully lean oyster blade steak, seared and sealed on both sides. And then I sauce it lightly in a mixture of onions, basil, and white wine. And then finally, I top off the steak with black olives and melted slices of mozzarella cheese.
Oh, Charlie.
Today is steak. Can you imagine anything better?
Michael Tuck just keeps on keeping on. One career did finish this year, and that was David Cloke. He polled 16 votes, however, in the Brownlow. Robbo, incidentally, backed him, didn't collect. But, of course, David had a big honour today in presenting the Norm Smith Medal to Paul Deere. Gerard Healy's caught up with him.
Yes, we've got one of the all-time greats, David Cloke. What were your impressions of the game?
Oh, I think that just the relentlessness of Hawthorn really showed out in the end. It was a great game of football, especially to three-quarter time. The pressure by Hawthorn on the Eagles really didn't let them running game going, and they showed why they've been such a great side over a long period of time in that last quarter when they just went away with the game.
Well, you were a ruckman for many years. What did you think of the duel in the centre of the ground?
Yeah, I didn't think it had a great influence on the game at centre bounce. They both basically jumped into each other and nullified each other at the centre bounce. It was more the work around the ground. Lawrence's work around the ground was just really magnificent.
Well, Hawthorn just seem to keep rolling on, don't they?
Yeah, they do. It's what's instilled to them from a young age, sort of thing. When they come along to the club, they just get going. They learn what they've got to do, and they just keep working it, time in, time out.
David Cloke.
Thanks, Jared.
Yes, well played to David Cloke. Now let's check all the scores today of the three big games played here at VFL Park. Of course, the main game, Hawthorn victorious, 20 goals, 19, 139. The West Coast, 13-8. 86, but you can bet your bottom dollar the Eagle will be flying again in 1992. In the reserves, Brisbane became the first interstate team to win a final. 16-13, coached by Rodney Rockadeed. Too good for Melbourne, 11-9-75. And history in the making for the under-19s because it's the last under-19 grand final as we know it. Dennis Pagan leading North Melbourne to a fine victory, 14-15-99. Defeating Collingwood 8-13-61. So plenty of victors here at VFL Park this afternoon. Wherever you've been watching our coverage, be it nationally or internationally, we certainly hope you've had a most enjoyable afternoon on 7 Sport. On behalf of the entire team, this is Sandy Roberts saying good evening to you all.
This coat that fits you like a glove. These dirty streets you learn to love. So welcome back, my long lost friend. You've been to hell and back again. And God alone knows how you crossed that span. Back on the beat, back to the start. Trust in your heart, that's the measure of a man. It's the fire in the eyes, the lines on the hand, and the things you understand. Permanent ties from which you once ran, that's the measure of a man. You come full circle. above your troubles while you can. Now you can love, now you can lose, now you can choose. That's the measure of a man.
This has been another 7 Sport production, the network of the 1992 Barcelona Olympics.
The 1991 AFL Premiership season, proudly brought to you by Mitsubishi Motors, BP, Westpac, CUB, McEwen's and Vulcan Hot Water.
This weekend, a main event doubleheader.
When you were born, your nose came out